Yes, tell me.
Mention also that channel translation channels. Estonia is number one. Arabic.
Okay, Estonian. Yes. Good morning, everyone. I see so many familiar faces, but for those who do not know me, my name is Hatem Atala. I'm a former ambassador of Tunisia, and I have the honor and the privilege of moderating this conference. By way of information, we have translation, and for Estonian it will be channel 1, for Arabic it's channel 2, and for English it's channel 3. So welcome to all of you in Toila, honorable participants, excellencies, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen. One more time, Estonia brings us together to discuss important topics and issues pertaining to the development of our peoples throughout Europe and beyond, reaching its surrounding neighborhood on the southern shore of the Mediterranean. This series of conferences, which in a sense has become a tradition, bears testimony to the commitment of Estonia, its government, its civil society, and public at large to enhancing broader cooperation and fostering understanding among peoples and nations beyond nationalities and particular concerns. This commitment, translated in grassroots action, is carried along by the engagement of several organizations which collaborated to bring us together for this 5th edition in this beautiful setting of Toila. This effort is led by Peace Child Estonia and the Salome Society for Child Welfare under the guidance of Mrs. Irina Golikov and Vasily Golikov and Aigo Varimai, whose relentless effort, relentless work, year after year, has established this conference as an annual rendezvous for a meaningful and operational exchange to explore issues of common concern to the peoples of our region at large. And we thank them for this. This year continues with the same level of quality and commitment. The program of the conference and the participants brought together reflect the huge amount of work which has been devoted to this conference. Throughout these 3 days, we will discuss topics related to international cooperation in terms of economic development, security enhancement, and social empowerment, the roles of governments and civil society, the challenges and opportunities facing us as individuals and structured entities. Experts from various countries will share with us their experiences and best practices as we delve into the different aspects each topic presents. We will open this conference with several remarks and speeches from high-level participants. But before we do that, I wish to thank the Estonian National Foundation of Civil Society, the European Union Cohesion Policy Fund, the British Council, and the Nordic Council of Ministers Office in Estonia, Green Habito, and Euromedoc networks for their contribution to the organization of this conference. A word of appreciation also goes to all our partners who continue to support this endeavor and this effort and sustain the dynamics. And of course, a same word of appreciation goes to all of you who have joined us in this conference. Your work and your commitment is what would make the difference. Our conference is co-funded by all those partners that I have mentioned, and I wish to thank them for their contribution. Now, I have the pleasure of calling upon the Honorable Kairi Sal Isop, Director General, Department of Development Cooperation and Humanitarian Aid, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Estonia, to give the opening remarks.
Hello, good morning. It's a pleasure to see everybody here in Toila this morning, and thank you for taking the trip here. And as you can see, for December, the weather is really, really nice. And I'm happy to see that there are so many people in this room today who wish to discuss development cooperation. Through development cooperation, we advance the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, combat poverty via sustainable methods, and provide long-term support. And when the crisis is acute, then we shift to humanitarian aid as opposed to the development cooperation, which is more long-term. Estonia knows the development cooperation field well. In the 1991, when Estonia became re-independent, we were the recipients of aid. And from that, we have grown into a donor country. Actually, the first program that Estonia launched as a donor itself was already in 1998, when we supported Ukraine after there were floods in that country. But that means that Estonia has a unique view to development cooperation from both sides. We still remember what it was like to be a recipient country, and now we work as a donor. And we do know that those programs work the best, which have been designed in cooperation with the country where the program actually takes place. In 2024, the amount of Estonian official development assistance was 77 million euros, which is about 0.2% of our gross national product. So this is where we have gone from being an aid recipient to a donor. The development cooperation system, as we know it today, goes back to the Second World War time, or rather the aftermath of the Second World War. The first big development cooperation project, it can be said, was the Marshall Plan, when the US helped Europe to reconstruct. And in these decades, the development cooperation world has seen many shifts and shapes, and today is facing new challenges. To put it so shortly, the challenges that the development and humanitarian world is currently facing can be put into there is less money, but there are more crises. The OECD Development Cooperation Committee that gathers development financing data shows that until 2023, the sums dedicated to development financing were constantly rising, reaching $224 billion in 2023. From 2024, we can see a decline. In 24, the decline was already 9%. And now we are in 2025. This year's data is not yet available, but we can already predict that in 2025, the drop was even steeper. A lot has been talked about the United States reorganizing its development and humanitarian system and shutting down its agency, USAID. In 2024, so only last year, the US was the largest single country donor country in the world, and it contributed $63.3 billion to development. This is a huge money, and it can't be just replaced like that. And what even deepens the problem is that the US is not alone in cutting development financing. Also, other countries do that. For example, the UK, Germany, Sweden, Finland, and there are other countries. A big reason why development funding is cut is because countries do need more funding for defense. Currently, OECD predicts that in 2025 we see that the official development assistance drops at least by 17%. At the same time, the number of crises in the world has not reduced. The United Nations statistics says that in 2017, and I'm taking 2017 now because that was sort of the last normal year before COVID and all kinds of other crises hit, there were 141 million people in 37 countries needing humanitarian aid. In 2025, the estimated number is 305 million people in 70 countries. So the number is more than doubled in these 8 years. And as we just spoke, the financing at the same time has reduced. Some of these crises that are there today are also very visible to us. For example, we speak about Russia's aggression in Ukraine. We know that the situation in Gaza is still horrible, but there are also long-going deep crises in Sudan, Somalia, Myanmar that we don't talk about that much. So we are facing a number of problems, but has there been anything that could take us forward? The United Nations, which is the largest platform where all the donors meet and where coordination between developing and donor countries takes place, is currently facing a reform. It is in March 2025, the UN Secretary General launched the UN 80 because the United Nations is turning 80 process with the aim to review how the United Nations operates. Actually, over the years, the UN has been mandated to carry out many tasks, and that has resulted in creation of over 30 UN organizations, programs, funds, and agencies. So one aim of UN 80 is to see how this can be streamlined, and is it really necessary to have more than 30 separate UN bodies. In the humanitarian field, at the same time, the UN humanitarian chief has launched a humanitarian reset program, which looks specifically at the challenges at the humanitarian sector. I briefly mentioned the OECD Development Assistance Committee before. The Development Assistance Committee not only gathers the data about development, but it also issues the guidelines about development cooperation. It is also currently starting to review its processes and the guidelines. As government financing is shrinking more and more, then new sources of development financing is being looked at. And while previous it was considered that the ODA or the official development assistance number is only what the governments contribute, then the private sector is coming more and more into play. The private sector is especially important also as we want to guide the developing countries to the path of development and encourage them to take part in the global trade system. A good example of this new approach where we blend development and private sector is the European Union's Global Gateway Strategy that you will hear about in the next intervention very soon. It was launched in 2021 and it brings together political, business development and other aspects, and thus offers a comprehensive approach of interaction to the partner countries. And actually also Estonia already has taken steps to make our development cooperation system more compatible with the Global Gateway Strategy. And since the Global Gateway is rather regional, than focusing on specific countries, then also we have reviewed our development cooperation geographical priorities and made them more regional. Now going back to OECD, then OECD membership is limited to developed Western countries. And when I also mentioned that it sets the rules of the development cooperation, it also means that actually under the current system, the developing countries themselves do not take part in setting the development game rules. This means that for decades, the developing countries actually have been passive participants who in many cases have just followed the guidelines of donors. But As our own experience shows, in order for development programs to be effective, the partner country has to be actively involved. So this is also something that the development world is currently looking at. Can we redo the reforms? Can we do the frameworks to allow more space for dialogue between donors and developing countries? Estonia, as we are known for our digital solutions, also we're trying to look at and encourage our partners to look into digital solutions and see and show how they can bring cost-effective solutions. And besides, a lot about development and humanitarian world is about numbers and information. Well-coordinated exchange of information and data can also help to avoid duplications. While we see that changes in the development and humanitarian world are clearly necessary, there are also fundamental basic principles that have stood the test of time. For example, the humanitarian system itself is older than development system. One of the oldest humanitarian organizations, the Red Cross, is already 162 years old, which means that adhering to the principles of humanitarian action, which are humanity, impartiality, neutrality, independence, they have served us well, and following these principles should be continued. In development cooperation, although of course we agree that reform is necessary, we do still believe that there is the moral duty of developed countries to support the developing countries and to share the knowledge that has the potential to show the developing countries how to go to the path of development and actually how to start participating in world economy in a more active way. So today we are in the middle of different reforms at a very interesting time. So I think this conference is very timely and a very well chosen topic because there is a lot to discuss and a lot of very big questions that are currently out there. So thank you all for coming here, and especially big thank you for the organizers who put this all together and brought us here to Toila. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this presentation, which really underlined several of the points that will be discussed throughout this conference. First of all, if I may just underline some of the points and the issues that you had the pleasure of presenting to us. First of all, that there is today less money but more crises, and that we need to find a way of continuing this assistance to the people who need it. A staggering number of 305 people, 305 million people in 2025 who need help. Several points of crises. The Ukraine, Gaza, the Sudan, Myanmar, and others have been mentioned. And I would say that the second point, or second most important point that I've gathered from this presentation is the fact that the whole process of development aid, humanitarian aid, assistance, and all this is currently under some sort of reform endeavor, whether it is in the United States, in Europe, various actors. Everywhere it is being looked at, and even within several countries between private and official government donors. So all these are points that I hope we will have the opportunity to discuss, and of course we count on all of you to bring them to the table for discussion. And now I would like to call on Maria Graciu, Director of the Nordic Council of Ministers Office in Estonia, to deliver her opening remarks, and they are on a pre-recorded video.
Good morning, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dearest colleagues, and in particular also dear organizers. Thank you for this invitation and welcome to Estonia for those who have traveled far. My name is Maria Gracev. I'm the director at the Nordic Council of Ministers, the office in Estonia. I am based in Tallinn and am greeting you today online. Thank you for attending this important event and for joining to discuss today's topic on the impact and the effectiveness of development cooperation on European and global security in times of turbulence. I think many of us would agree that there is turbulence. I think many of us would also agree that the world is moving very fast. Our societies and what we have around us moves very, very much faster than we have experienced before. The reason I say that is that we also feel that time flies. We established an office in Estonia 35 years ago. In fact, in just a little over a month, we celebrate our official 35-year anniversary. On the 30th of January, our office was opened in Estonia in 1991. And bringing you back to that date will, I'm sure, remind many of you of the time when Estonia had entered into the newly and regained independence. Times were very, very different. And given today's topic, I'd like to just bring you back to this time and say a couple of words about what our office was focusing on back then and how that has developed until today. And looking back 35 years, I think the easiest way to describe the work of the Nordic Council of Ministers and the support offered from the Nordic countries was in terminology of development assistance. The Nordic countries were offering a lot of support to Estonia as Estonia was rebuilding structures, institutions, government offices, free media, civil society, and the support that was offered from the Nordic countries was very practical in this way. But as we know, Estonia and all the three Baltic states have developed very, very fast. 20 years, 30 years, 35 years flew by, and today I would argue that Estonia is world leading when it comes to some areas. We see that digitalization processes is an area where Estonia is very strong, cybersecurity and cyber issues. Education is one of those issues that we see is rendering a lot of interest. We have many Nordic delegations coming to visit Estonia wondering about the very high PISA scores, and they're looking and wondering what is it that Estonia is doing right. We also have a very interesting private sector, startups and tech businesses, but in particular, this very agile and pragmatic way of starting a company. Click, click, click, and you've started a company, and click, click, click, and you're a resident. So going from what things were like 35 years ago and until today, we see an incredibly interesting scenario where the Nordic countries and Estonia and the Baltic states are much more equal partners, and this is a win-win. This is really important as we focus on community building, resilience, and societal security. When we build our communities, we need to think about what it is that we need. I would argue that above all, we need each other in one way or another. A resilient community, what is that? I would argue that a resilient community is a society that can handle the good times, but that can also handle the bad times. And then we ask ourselves what we need to handle the bad times. And we do need each other. We need cooperation. We do not necessarily need to agree always about everything, but we do need to know how to work together and how to exist side by side. I would argue that that's one of the key elements of a resilient society. And that should also be one of the areas that we should focus on as we continue to build our communities around the Baltic Sea. This is an incredibly interesting region with a lot of potential. It is part of the vision of the Nordic Council of Ministers to develop this region into a socially sustainable one, but also the most integrated in the world. And that's something we can do through building resilient communities. I will stop here. I know that you have a lot of interesting speakers to listen to. I wish I could be there in person. I wish you all the best and very interesting discussions. Good luck and thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria, for this very interesting and instructive presentation. I think it is absolutely right to mention the history of Estonia, as the honorable representative of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has done earlier, moving from a recipient country to a donor country. And I think it would be quite interesting to learn more about the experience of Estonia, how it worked its way moving forward from being a recipient country, the choices it has made to put its trajectory on the right path, and then how it was able to transform its situation from being a recipient to a donor country. The requirements that you have mentioned, Maria, first of all, that in this effort and the development effort, we need support, but also we need a resilient society, a society that really knows how to work together, how to lend support to one another. These are absolutely must requirements for moving the way forward. And I'm sure that these will also be discussed throughout the conference. Now, it is my pleasure to invite Ave Shank, Head of Representation of the European Commission, to give the keynote presentation. Please.
Hello, dear guests. So please just let me correct first that I am not Ave Shank. My name is Elis Paemurd, and I am Deputy Head of the Commission representation here in Estonia. I have also prepared some slides just to make it easier for you to follow my presentation. And first of all, let me thank the organizers and participants, and of course our partners for organizing this conference. It's very timely, it's very important to discuss the importance of global partnerships, and I'm happy to give you European Union's perspective of how to approach successful partnerships around the globe, which is based on trust, on mutual benefits, and on transparency. So I think we all agree that we are really living in a moment of profound global change, which means that we have more geopolitical tensions, we have more competition, and more security concerns. So we have climate impacts, which are really intensifying, digital threats are growing, inequalities are widening, global power dynamics are shifting, and our values and democracies are at risk. But we have only one planet, we have shared natural resources, our economies are very tightly interconnected, so it's clear that we really need to work closely and need to act in a partnership. Since the beginning of the mandate of the current European Commission, President von der Leyen and the whole Commission, of course, has been clearly oriented to tighten our international partnerships around the globe. It is about mutual benefits, as I said already, and for Europe it means more security and more competitiveness. So let me just give some examples in trade. During the last year, European Union has concluded trade agreements with Mercosur countries, with Indonesia, Mexico, with India and Malaysia. The negotiations are ongoing. We have digital partnerships in place with like-minded countries like Japan, South Korea, Singapore, and Canada. And in September, President von der Leyen just announced more than a $500 million package to accelerate Africa's clean energy transition. And in addition to that, the Commission is determined to give a new boost on enlargement of the European Union, because enlargement is really one of the EU's most powerful tools for stability, security, and shared prosperity in our region. It strengthens our single market, reduces our dependencies, and anchors democracy and our values across our continent. Well, and the EU already provides various kinds of support to candidate countries before their accession, just to help them better prepare. But enlargement is a merit-based process, meaning that all our support is related to the reforms and to the hard work the candidate countries have to do in their countries. So the European Commission is really committed to international partnerships, and we have several tools for that, from trade agreements, as mentioned before, to development funding, crisis response, and humanitarian aid programs. But today I would like to focus on one specific strategy called Global Gateway, as you see from the screen. It is actually more than a strategy. It is a new vision for how Europe wants to engage with the world through partnerships, through sustainability and shared prosperity in a transparent, high quality and values-driven manner. So it really reflects the way EU approaches to external action, and it means that the needs of partner countries are combined with a stronger assessment. Try to change the slide. Can I have help? No? Okay, doesn't work. If anyone can help, then you're welcome. Okay, works. Very good. Thank you. So yes, what I wanted to say is that the needs of partner countries are combined with a stronger assessment of the EU strategic interests to position the EU more prominently in a competitive world. Let's try again. Okay. Well, Global Gateway is our strategy to boost smart, clean, and secure connections in 5 main areas, which are digital, energy, transport, health, education, and research. And it is fully aligned with the United Nations Agenda 2030 and its Sustainable Development Goals, and also with the Paris Agreement. Well, you see from the slide that it's, of course, value-based offer. It's implemented in a Team Europe approach, which I will explain later. And the private sector engagement is a key, as already mentioned by the representative of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And it has a 360-degree approach to its funding and investments. So, but why was the Global Gateway created? It was created because we see that for decades, many regions, especially in Africa, Asia, Latin America, have struggled to access the key infrastructure which is needed to develop. So, reliable electricity connections, modern transport networks, safe digital systems, and resilient health systems. And at the same time, we see that major powers have used infrastructure investments as tools of geopolitical influences and to make these countries dependent on these major powers. But European Union really wants a world that is open, fair, and secure. We want partnerships based on equality rather than on dependency. And that's why we must play a more active role here. So we believe that development should uplift people, not to trap them. Global Gateway was launched in 2021, and its investments are designed to strengthen global connections in 5 areas that I already mentioned, which were like digital, climate, transport, health, and education. So let me just briefly go through all these areas and give some good examples. Well, we know that digital transformation is inevitable in today's world. And through Global Gateway, EU is investing in secure fiber optic connections, data protection systems, which are grounded in European standards. So at the same time, we really want to spread our standards all over the world, data protection standards and safe internet standards. And of course, digital skills training is very important. So, for example, in Latin America, there have been many such projects, digital transformation in Colombia, for instance. And these are not just technological investments. These are investments in freedom to communicate securely, to innovate, and to participate in the global economy. So then we have our climate and energy pillar, which is aimed to finance renewable power plants, green hydrogen corridors, and energy efficient urban infrastructure. Regarding transport, so we all agree that ports, railways, and road networks are very important to global trade. So we support the development of safe, efficient, and green transport corridors. For example, the Lobito corridor in Central Africa, which links Angola's Atlantic coast to the mineral areas of Zambia and the Democratic Republic of Congo. And it will cut the journey from the center of the continent to the port from 45 days to 1 week. So again, it's not simply moving goods more quickly, but also about connecting people, opening markets, and supporting economic growth. Regarding health, so the COVID pandemic showed us that no country is safe until all countries are safe, so we all have to be better prepared. That's why through Global Gateway we support manufacturing of vaccines and medicines in the countries. So like in Rwanda, which has really become a regional hub for vaccines and biotech manufacturing in Africa. And finally, none of these investments would be sustainable unless they are rooted in human capital. So that's why the Global Gateway expands access to quality education and academic mobility. Well, okay, I think I'm a bit, all right, okay, sorry, try to move back. Okay, just wanted to say a few words about how the Global Gateway works. Can I have my slide back? Okay. So one of the strengths of the Global Gateway is that it is not driven by a single institution, meaning that it's not European Commission's or European Union's project, but it's a Team Europe, meaning whole of the Europe approach. It brings together EU institutions, member states, development banks, and also the private sector, which is a very important actor in this strategy. And it leverages blended finance, using public funds to reduce risks and to attract private investment. And at the same time, of course, we preserve our high standards of transparency, good governance, and environmental protection. Well, and now a few words about money, which is very important in such type of strategies, of course. So our initial goal was actually to mobilize 300 billion euros in 5 years. But today we have already hit that target, and in 4 years we have already mobilized more than 306 billion euros. And if we manage to maintain the momentum, then we will surpass 400 billion euros by 2027. Yes, so here is just one slide about the flagship projects. I mentioned some of them before, but you see that really Africa is one of our focus regions in Global Gateway projects, which has 119 projects ongoing. And almost half of the projects are in the field of climate and energy. Yes, but what about next financial period? So as we know, then this summer, European Commission proposed a new multi-annual financial framework for the next 7 years. So it's now negotiated with the Parliament and Council, and will hopefully be adopted next year. In the next budget, European Union has a specific heading called Global Europe, which is specifically aimed at strengthening our global partnerships, and the budget for the moment is foreseen to 100 million euros. Well, so to conclude, let me stress that the Global Gateway is our offer of a new way of partnerships with countries around the world to create really opportunities. So not just to kind of give money, but to base all these, let's say, all projects, to base them really on a cooperation, meaning that European Union has its benefits, and all the countries have their benefits, and we want to do it in a responsible, sustainable, and transparent way. So it's really a vision of global cooperation, which is grounded in a respect, in empowerment, and in shared progress. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Alice, and apologies for the mix-up in introducing you. Alice Paimond is the Deputy Head of the European Commission's representation in Estonia and Head of Media and Communication. I hope I got it right this time. Good. Thank you for the presentation. It was really very, very interesting. And I think if there is one word or one conclusion that I would take away from your presentation, is that we're working on a win-win situation. Everybody has something at stake, but everybody also is looking at some great benefit in this cooperation, which is, I would say, totally fair. And indeed, not only totally fair, but also highly desirable, because we cannot enter into any type of cooperation or any type of joint work if we do not feel that at the end of the day we're getting something in return for all the effort and the transformation and the reforms that are being introduced. And I think the Global Gateway is another very good example of the commitment that the European Union is showing towards its immediate neighborhood. And I think the concept of the neighbor of my neighbor really is working quite clearly here, as the Global Gateway is focusing, not entirely, of course, and of course there are many issues around the world, but heavily focusing on Africa. Not only focusing on Africa, but also focusing on Africa in the right segments. Particularly, I would like to mention the digital world, but also there is, I suppose, also the hydrogen issue, which is quite important and quite important for Africa, but also for European countries faced with the energy issues since the war in the Ukraine. Thank you. And now we move to another presentation, and I have the pleasure to call upon Really Lapanainen. I got it right? Yes. Okay, good. President of Concord Europe Network, to give his keynote speech. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the kind invitation. Really happy to be here, and it's nice to be on the southern side of Finland. I just came by ferry last night from Helsinki, and it's always nice to be in the neighborhood countries. And I think we have lots common with the Finns and Estonians on that way. So I'm happy to be feeling like home again here. And even the weather is getting better. It was quite horrible yesterday. So let's hope that it's continuing that way, though, so that you can really enjoy about the nature around us, because I think that all of this, what we are talking here, we need to really remember that we belong to the nature. Exactly, this is why we exist. And if we are forgetting on that aspect, I think we as human beings, we doesn't exist in the future. So in that way, one of the points really is keeping in mind about the nature, environment, biodiversity, and really fight against climate change. So this is one of the points what I wanted to say. So I'm representing here Concord, which is the European Confederation for Development Organizations working with sustainable development and international cooperation. We are everywhere in Europe. We have our members comes from the national platforms like the Estonia Roundtable here in Estonia, similar structures in each of the EU member states, but also the international networks. You might know the Save the Children or Oxfam or Caritas or the other ones. All of those are also our members, meaning that we have almost 3,000 NGOs in Europe. Plus we have the members and our partners all over the world. So practically we are the European body involved in the global civil society movement fighting against inequalities and reducing the poverty. And this is definitely naturally my point of view on these conversations, and thanks a lot for the earlier presentations. I think that it really gives a good view where exactly the thinking at the moment goes. Quite a lot in globally. Of course, we heard that very much from the European point of view or the Nordic point of view, but I think that that's mainly is some kind of thinking at the moment in the world. It was mentioned that the things happens very fast. That's very true. One reason is that exactly we have taken the logic of the business model, so we want to build the growth as a global humanity. The human rights, the human people in this planet. We are really thinking that we want to get better living conditions, we want to have the better life, which we are in many cases measuring by money. And that's why I think that it's the point where majority of the governments, the global institutions, regional institutions are very much dedicated to focus on the growth. That's the logic of the many political decisions which is happening at the moment. And of course, we all have benefit a lot on that. I'm not really against all of that, but I think that it's the logic, how we really see everything running in the world at the moment. And I would like to stop for a while on that. Is that really the right strategy? In the situation, like we heard, we had more and more crises after the Second World War than ever. We are more and more people who are living in the poverty. There's more and more violations against human rights. Is that really the way where we want to go? because we want to consume more, because we want to get more money, we want to really have the better business, etc. I'm questioning on that also in the name of the, what is happening with the nature and the environment. If we are losing exactly the biodiversity and environment, we are losing the businesses as well. And that's why I want to just to underline that aspect on the discussion. And I totally agree that we need to find the win-win situations. But the win-win is much more than that we are getting half and half of the benefit in the financial terms. So I just wanted to add at that point. Just a reminder from the, because we are the European network, so our main position is that definitely we are playing the role as a partner, as a collaborator, but also as a watchdog vis-à-vis for the EU institutions, because this is one of the fundamentally accountability mechanism that in the good democracy, the decision makers, they are watched up as well. So that's our role. But definitely we would like to partner as well and bring our expertise and that work where mainly our members and partners are really seeing every day in the grassroots level. They are those who are the first hands in the sand to help to make the better situations happen for the individuals, for the human beings in the national level. Just a look for the treaties, what is one of the legal state basis in the European Union. Still in the treaties is said that the EU's development policy, I'm underlining development policy, fosters sustainability, sustainable development, stability in developing countries with the ultimate goal of eradicating extreme poverty. And I think that it's important to mention about that. The whole point is really get out of the poverty or not there. And that's why I think that it's important to mirror the current policies as well, which are going to be used. Of course, they are living in the times, and I do understand that, but I think it's important to really remind that what are the sources, what are the fundamental principles, why the policies has built on. It's very, very clear as well in the treaties that European Union really is ready and committed to really support about the values. And the values are the heart, how we act, and we should really walk the talk as well. And the values includes really supporting and promoting human rights, rule of law, good governance. We are talking about democracy and hopefully delivering that as well, fight against inequalities. So all of these issues were in this current situation where 7% of the global population is living in a so-called democratic states at the moment. So this really is an issue where European Union has been the pioneer, really walk the talk and really supporting the human rights, good governance, rule of law, etc. And I do hope that EU is going to fight that, and the Nordic countries, the Baltic states, etc. If we are not doing that, who is going to do that? And I think that's really is the key message, that we need to really walk the talk and support and implement by our activities how we really operate the human rights, rule of law, good governance, democracy, these aspects. I very much appreciate about the European Union's commitment for the sustainable development, because that's definitely is our global frame. And like we heard, there's the reform going on in the United Nations, very much welcomed us as well, because the model is after the Second World War, and it doesn't really illustrate about the current situation. For example, there's no African state in the Security Council as one of the example. There's less and less opportunities for the civil society to be heard at the moment. So in that way, I think that it's important that the European Union are very committed in the international multilateral cooperation, really being active, value-based actor, and they're really supporting both the processes in the multinational structures, but also really walk the talk about the sustainable development, which definitely the European Commission is still committed on that, which is really good. European Union make the voluntary review, also reporting its progress during the last Commission time on the progress of the sustainable development and make the presentation in the high-level political forum in the United Nations follow-up mechanism for Agenda 2030. Very much appreciated. I do hope that that's going to continue. So we haven't really heard the promise that EU is going to report in the future, but definitely we are very much appreciating and welcoming that kind of idea. Also, it's very, very important that exactly the policy coherence for sustainable development is now on the table. Not perhaps using that as a word, but I think that there are really the good elements also in the practical example about, or not practical, but let's say the vision style policy area global gateway at way is trying to promote more about the policy coherence as well. We do hope that is happening internally on the other policy areas in Europe as well, so that exactly we can really make the really good progress happening. And that means that you need to understand what your left and right hand are doing in different political areas, and you need to really see that. But when we are coming in that difficult situation, that who is the winner? Because always when you need to really take account at the same time different aspects of the policies, unfortunately, it really looks like that in many cases, it's again about this idea how to promote the growth and really how we can really support the trade and these kind of things in the name of the climate change, or not really focusing on getting out of the inequalities. It's not easy task, I totally understand that, but one of the solutions what we would like to offer is that please take the civil society organizations more involved in the really from the day one. Like Ambassador mentions this win-win situation, I think that that's starting from that point of view that all the partners are sitting there from the day one in the same table, not afterwards being like in the role of the service delivery, that one piece is missing, so please come and fill it, but really taking seriously, for example, the civil society. So, because in any way, if we are not having all the partners of the societies involved, nothing will be sustainable. Because that is the whole point, that we can really build on the democracies based to that everybody is heard, everybody's felt that I'm taking seriously on board, and I can contribute. I can bring my expertise, my knowledge, and I want to work on much more. Like we heard, we have more crises, we have more and more need for the humanitarian assistance at the moment. And one of the big worry from our point really is that at the same time where there's really the good ideas to moving on, building the infrastructure, energy, etc., these kind of things which we need. Unfortunately, this is the habit what we're having as a global human beings. At the moment, we want to consume so much or too much at the moment. It's really difficult, and I'm not really saying that we should stop on that. But what we shouldn't do is that we are forgetting those who are most left behind. And there's a lot of people who are living in the fragile situations. And our worry is that what is happening now when the next budget in the EU is negotiated, how exactly the fragile states, for example, are included. What's the role of civil society? Also from the financial point of view, so that we have the resource to act and do our part on that work. I'm really underlining these messages, that it's not only the government by government cooperation is needed, that there's resources for the civil society to really take its own role and contribution and really giving the best expertise in the most best implementation of the processes. And perhaps the last point from my side is the democracy. Like I said, we are living really bad times in that way, and the democracy is not only elections. It's all of that, it's everyday thing, how the people can really participate in the societies, how we can really, we can argue, we can have the different kind of agreements, but we need to act as a civilized community. So finding the ways how we can critically discuss, finding the common understanding, but respecting each other. So, and that's why we need to have the freedom of speech, we need to have the freedom of assembly, we need to have a civic space to act, and that's if European Union, Europeans, all of us who are in this region, in the world, if we are not really making the effort to keeping that, who is going to do that? That's really my big worry. And I would like to end calling for humanity. I think that in the individual level, it's easier to showcase where we can do that pipe here. But I really think that all the international organizations has to be much more human at the moment. They need to really focus on the humanity. If we are only thinking that from the technological point of view or from the financial opportunities point of view, we are going to destroy this planet. And I want to say this very frankly out, that we need to really have this human perspective taking much more account, because that is the essence how we can really leave this planet for the next generations to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, really, for this very strong appeal. And I take it as such, and I hope that the word will reverberate throughout the room, throughout this conference, so that we can really dialogue and exchange on this. I just wanted to say that really has started saying that he was coming from Helsinki, coming to Estonia, and I think it's really a reflection of how welcoming Estonia is. We are from various parts of the world, and we are all gathered here in Estonia, so I'm very, very pleased that he mentioned that. I also would like to share with you what I personally have taken out from his presentation. First of all, that there is an important message that in this discussion or this dialogue between partners, there is a third partner that really needs to have its interest taken into account, and that third partner is the planet. When we talk about cooperation, when we talk about win-win situations, it has to be three ways. Each side of the conversation, but the planet sits in the middle, and this is what we all share. Eradicating poverty is, of course, the most noble goal in our humanity as it is reflected through our actions. And I think also I take the second point, which is the importance of values. And I think if we lose that, we lose the whole thing, whether it is the global gateway, or it is the policy for the southern neighborhood, or for any kind of agreement or cooperation. If we lose the value system, then we lose everything. And I think, thank you for really mentioning that. You also talked about the transformation or the reforms that the world order is going through. And here again, really, I underline the role of Europe, the EU, the European countries taken individually but collectively as the balancing power between the new superpowers as they are conflicting with one another, trying to push their interests, whether it is in Africa or Asia or Southern America, but also Europe needs to have that role of balancing and moderating the whole thing and introducing some level of, excuse me for the term, maybe it is too strong, of sanity into this game. So there is a role really way beyond the cooperation, the assistance, development assistance that I believe falls on the shoulders of Europe. And of course, you mentioned also democracy, humanity, all these are extremely important, and I leave it to the Assembly today and tomorrow and on Sunday morning really to continue and deepen the reflection and the exchange on this. Okay, well, this concludes our opening segment, and without any further delay, we're going to move into our first panel, which I have the privilege to moderate this morning. And I would like to invite the panelists to join me on the stage. Margus Gering, Eleanor Carey, Riley, Lappenleinen, and Ellis. Of course, we have also Luke Meissner. He is online. And for you, Luke, we would like you really to manage your own intervention by sharing your screen with us. So you manage that. Thank you. Alrighty. So I believe, I'm sure that you all have read the description, the topic description of the panel. So I'm not going to go through it again. Of course, a lot of the issues have already been mentioned in the presentations. So what we would like to do is maybe give each one of you like 5 to 7 minutes to make a presentation. Give us some elements that you would like to exchange with us, and then I will have some questions to you, and of course we will have the opportunity for the audience to take part in this discussion. So let me start as I have it on the program with Margus Gering, Head of Cooperation and Development for Ukraine, the Estonian Center for International Development.
Thank you. Good morning. I will be speaking from my own perspective or my own experience working in developing countries. I have worked in Georgia, I have worked in Armenia, I have worked in Ukraine, and I'm still working in Ukraine. And in order to understand the nuances or the audience, I would ask, how many of you have worked in Ukraine or currently working with Ukraine? Please raise your hand. Oh, a few of you. Okay, I'm surprised. Oh, there is more. Okay, very good. So I think it's also very good to see that I'm a little bit surprised that there are so many young people, because the topics we're discussing, this is actually our joint future, and this is your future. So once you will have to take over the job and the creation of what we're doing, and you will be shaping the next generations in development, in peace, democracy, sustainability, etc., etc. So it's very good to see that you're here. Since I will be speaking mostly about Ukraine, then I think in today's context we have to understand that we have globally multiple crises, and we are forced to think as a development cooperation agency, we are forced to think in a short term, but also in a long term. And as we speak about Ukraine, we see a multiple crises layered on top of each other. This is a humanitarian crisis. I would say even more humanitarian catastrophe. This is the energy crisis, especially during these times in winter. We do have a massive reconstruction challenge. We're witnessing today in our job that we have labor shortages in Ukraine. We have a challenge of reintegrating people into the society. We have a challenge of reintegrating veterans into the society. We can speak about the rehabilitation of those people, etc., etc. We have a challenge of internally displaced people, but we also, on the other hand, we're facing the brain drain factor, where the people are relocating to the more safe environments, for example, in the European Union or member states. And of course, we have a large-scale destruction of infrastructure. So, at the same time, while I've been working in Ukraine, I'm really surprised on a very human level that how Ukrainian state and Ukrainian society have been resilient and functional state has been functional despite the ongoing war in Ukraine, and how the society is united around the one ultimate goal of winning the war. And we as Europeans, we as friends and partners of Ukraine, we have to give this perspective of, first of all, of hope, a better future, and third, to do everything utmost what is possible on our end to support Ukraine practically in a sense of reconstruction, in a sense of reforming, and finally helping Ukraine to join the ultimate club of European family, the European Union. And when we, at least at ESTEV, Estonian Center for International Development Cooperation, we think of Ukraine's support to Ukraine, we need to think about the dual track approach, where on one hand we are supporting Ukraine in humanitarian response and at the same time having a long-term view on Ukraine's development. In our case, the humanitarian aid is coordinated by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and we as agency, we are on top of that providing the support and ensuring the sustainability from the development perspective. When Estonia started development cooperation, or let's say reconstruction efforts, we joined the initiative of President Zelensky by selecting a specific region where most of our support and reconstruction efforts will be focusing on. In our case, this is the Zhytomyr region. And you know, to my surprise, we were fighting jointly with the ministry, with the Estonian kind of community who are working in a development cooperation. We were fighting a narrative of many European countries who were, and globally, were saying that maybe we should postpone the reconstruction towards the time when the war has ended. But on our end, we thought, look, I mean, we need to support Ukrainians. We need to be with these people on a field. We need to showcase that we are already there. We are working together with them, and we are helping to resolve the immediate crises and immediate needs. May it be the social infrastructure, schools, kindergartens, hospitals, etc., etc. And for the while, in a time being, we understood that we were on the right side, because more we worked on a narrative that we need to be present, we need to be working with Ukrainians despite the ongoing conflict or war, we need to be providing the support despite the fact that the missiles and the drones are still flying over the heads. We need to be there. And when we speak about the long-term reconstruction efforts and reform, we need to also think of the fact that Ukraine is a candidate country to the European Union. And we have to, using our own experience, the 30 years of success story of Estonia, from Soviet country to their modern digital, with transparent e-government country, with the successful education reforms, etc., we are there to share our success stories. We are there to share our lessons learned, what we could have done better maybe, and build up on these experiences and build up on these lessons learned and helping them to facilitate and to make these reforms happen. So, in our view, the reconstruction, by supporting and facilitating and meeting the immediate needs with a long-term perspective, is the model we're offering, and we believe in this model that it is a successful model, and we see from our Ukrainian partners that this is very much appreciated and very much needed at these times. And maybe on a final note or final key message on this question, I think the development cooperation ecosystem has been a little bit conservative, but the war in Ukraine has created the factor where we need to adjust to the new realities, to the immediate needs, and it has created the phenomenon where the development cooperation agencies are have tailored their programs, their financial instruments to be more flexible in order to meet the urgent and immediate needs. But on the other hand, as I was speaking about the long track approach, meeting the sustainable solutions and supporting country in reform process. I stop here.
Thank you very much, Margus. And now I would like to give the floor to Luc Meissner, governance and fragility expert, the Belgian Agency for International Cooperation. Luc, and I remind you that for the PowerPoint presentation, it is for you to manage it and change the slides as you share your screen with us. Thank you. Okay, I think there is some technical difficulties here. So let's move on to Eleanor Carré, Policy Analyst, Development Cooperation Research Unit, Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development.
Hello, testing that you can hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Fantastic. Well, first of all, just wanted to say thank you so much for the invitation. I am a policy analyst at the OECD, and I've been asked to come and present on some work that we've done on cuts to official development assistance. So in a way, giving a global view, let's say, of the context in which today's conversation takes place. So I realize there maybe are some issues with Zoom. I'm going to try to share my screen, so please let me know if that works.
Okay, we got it.
You can see it? Great.
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. Let me make it big for you. Okay, that looks like it's working. Fantastic. So thank you so much again for the invitation and the opportunity to present the OECD's work on projecting levels of official development assistance in 2025 and the near term. This presentation will provide a high-level overview of our projections to date, both overall and for certain groups of countries and sectors, and I will conclude by briefly discussing implications and next steps. So to give you a little bit of historical background where some of this has come from, this was following a request from the Development Assistance Committee of the OECD. In April of this year, we started an exercise to project ODA levels, so official development assistance levels, for each of the 33 members of the committee. Our projections are based on a dedicated OECD survey of DAC, so Development Assistance Committee members, their ODA budgets for the next 3 years. 27 of 33 members responded to that survey, and for the remaining 5 members, we used information from public official announcements made by member governments. This data collection effort, which we first presented at the April launch of the preliminary 2024 ODA data, resulted in 2 scenarios that you can see on your screen here, and I will call these lower cut and a higher cut scenario. The difference between the two reflects the uncertainty in projecting ODA from the United States. In each scenario, we project ODA from 2024 onwards, because basically this is the latest year for which OECD has already published data. Our projection of ODA from 2024 to 2025 for all DAC countries suggests a 9 to 17% cut. The lower cut, or 9% cut scenario, represents a $19 billion decline from 2024, on top of a $21 billion decline from 2023 to 2024. The higher cut, or 17% cut scenario, represents a $35 billion decline from 2024, meaning that from 2023 to 2025, ODA could decline by as much as $56 billion. Our projection from 2024 to 2027 is similar, indicating a 10 to 18% cut, though of course projections beyond 2025 are subject to uncertainty. Now, in order to examine some of this in greater detail, the OECD recently published a policy brief that built on these projections of overall ODA to answer the question, where are cuts in ODA expected to fall? This analysis drew attention to particularly vulnerable groups of countries and sectors, with case studies of least developed countries, sub-Saharan Africa, and the health sector. Since we did not receive detailed information from the dedicated survey to project ODA levels to income groups, regions, or sectors comprehensively, we developed our own approach. So let's take LDCs as an example. Our approach calculated the share of ODA in 2023 and 2024 on average that each member gave to LDCs. We then applied this share to that member's projected ODA level. Finally, we added up each member's projected ODA level to show a total volume for DAC countries' bilateral ODA. We did not have information of their multilateral ODA at that time. This approach suggested that if members were to target their aid in the future in the same way as they did in the past, the result would be the numbers that you will see today. The policy brief was a proof of concept for our approach, which we plan to extend to other income groups, regions, and sectors. And just as a note, I'll put this link to the policy brief in the chat and hope that the organisers can circulate that after this presentation. So let's first focus on LDC's least developed countries. The projected cut from 2024 to 2025 of ODA to LDCs is 13 to 25%, on top of a 3% decline in 2024. This would continue a downward trend of ODA to LDCs since 2022, and these numbers do not account for cuts to multilateral organisations, which account for 43% of total ODA receipts to LDCs in 2023. Therefore, cuts to these organisations may trigger a second wave of funding declines to LDCs. If our projected cuts were to materialise, bilateral ODA to LDCs would be at its lowest since the mid-2000s. And the story is somewhat similar for sub-Saharan Africa. The projected cut from 2024 to 2025 is 16 to 28%, which is steeper than for LDCs. This cut follows a small increase of 0.4% in 2024. In 2025, bilateral ODA to sub-Saharan Africa would also be at its lowest since the mid-2000s. Therefore, these two slides on sub-Saharan Africa and LDCs suggest that cuts will fall disproportionately on the poorest and most vulnerable countries in the world, including fragile contexts. So let me speak very briefly and in conclusion with a case study of the health sector. So the comparison here is between 2023 and 2024, 2023 and 2025, since 2023 is the latest year of official data for sectoral aid. From 2023 to 2025, the projected cut in ODA is 19 to 33%. This projection to 2024 suggests a 14 to 29% cut from 24 to 25. The higher cut scenario of 33% would result in a 60% decline in health ODA from 2022 to 2025, with 2022 representing a historical peak due to the global response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Health ODA is not projected to recover to pre-COVID-19 levels. Rather, it would fall to levels last seen a decade and a half ago. Based on preliminary analysis of other sectors, the health sector is projected to be one of the largest hit due to aid cuts alongside the humanitarian sector. So these projected cuts represent, I think, a substantial shock to the development cooperation system. I want to conclude this presentation with something of a historical perspective that provides context to these cuts and explains why they are essentially unprecedented. In 2024, based on official data that the OECD has already published, France, Germany, the UK, and the US, four of the top five providers of ODA, cut their ODA at the same time in the same year. This is the first time that all four providers have done so since 1995. It has only happened two other times and never in 2 consecutive years until now. If the OECD's projections were to come to pass, the outlook beyond 2025, of course, is highly uncertain since members are still deciding their ODA budgets. Therefore, the OECD plans to keep a close eye and monitoring on the situation, and the next key milestone will be the publication of our preliminary 2025 data in April of next year. Thank you so much for your attention, and look forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much, Eleanor, and I think you gave us a lot of points and a lot of issues to think about, and of course we'll get back to those in the second the segment or in the second part of our discussion this morning. Do we have Luc, or shall we? Okay. Luc? The floor is yours, and just in case you did not hear me, you will have to operate your slides and PowerPoint and share your screen with us from your end. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me first?
Yes.
Okay, great, excellent. Sorry for the technical issues, but I'm really happy that I can be with you this morning. So yes, I will share my screen. Hopefully you can see it. I don't think you can see my screen now, or maybe
maybe now. Yes, go ahead. Yes, now we can.
Okay, excellent. Okay, thank you very much. So good morning. My name is Luc Meissner, and I work as an expert in governance and fragility at Enable. Enable is the Belgian Agency for International Cooperation. Thanks a lot for the organizer of this event to have invited us in this forum. Very pleased to participate in this conversation, and today I will share with you the experience of Enable as an international cooperation agency, and to share the vision for development and cooperation policy. I will start maybe with a short presentation of what Enable is, because maybe some of the people here in the room don't know Enable and the Belgian cooperation. But so we are recognized as an instrument of Belgian foreign policy, and the objective is to strengthen Belgium's reputation and added value to political dialogue in diplomatic, military, and economic sphere. It means that we are trying to implement also what we call the 3D approach and a global and comprehensive approach. We work closely with other Belgian stakeholders, as I said, and European Union, the government, and the private sector partners around the globe, around the world. So you can see some figures about Enable presence and Enable program in the world. And the main presence of Enable is in Africa, so West Africa, in the Great Lakes region in Middle Africa, and also in the Middle East and in Ukraine. The thematic priorities of Enable are oriented around 4 global challenges. We work around the social and economic empowerment challenge, climate and environment challenge, demographic transition, and peace, stability, and democracy. With this associated to global challenges, we work with cross-cutting issues, gender inclusion, youth empowerment, digital transition, decent work, and environment. And these cross-cutting issues are priorities from the Belgian Cooperation Agency, but also from the Belgian Minister of Foreign Affairs in developing the strategy. So how we can address the needs on the ground, and how we can address due to the experience of Enable and the presence, the strong presence that we have in the field. We think that we have about 2,500 workers and colleagues in the field and in Brussels. It means that we have a strong presence in the field, a strong presence with the authorities, with the partner, with the stakeholders. And I think this is one of the key success and the key issue we want to address, that the fact it's to be present in the field. It's not anymore a charity. It's not anymore kind of longer assistance, but the partnership have to be built on equal footing. This is why the methodology and the way the projects are developed are always agreed upon with the local national stakeholders in a participatory and inclusive way with the civil society and all the stakeholders. It's even more important considering what the colleague of OECD were explaining regarding the DAC, the ODA cuts in the coming years. So it means that we must be more efficient and more cooperative and more locally oriented project. So the idea is to work on equal footing and to think about investment for the future. This is why the diversification of the topics is one of the main challenges that we have trying to address. Not only the usual and the more usual cooperation and development topic, but also to see what kind of governance can be delivered. For example, the poor development and economic growth through the strategic corridors in Africa. We have made a lot of work with the Benin and Cotonou port, for example, and the green hydrogen, which is also something that we will probably tackle in the coming months and years. We have developed, so as we mentioned, that we work in about 70-75% of partner countries are considered as fragile. So for that, we based on the colleague of OECD and the definition of OECD on fragility, which is a combination of exposure to risks and insufficient capacity of the state, a system, or a community to manage, absorb, or mitigate this risk. So this is the framework that we base to define and to think how we work in this fragile setting. So for that, we have developed principles and methods on the fragility. So it means that our approach is grounded in international and national commitments. We emphasize the flexibility, adaptation, and collaboration. It means that working with all kinds of institutions, public institutions, but also the humanitarian and security actors and local stakeholders. To that extent, working in crisis and fragile affected settings means that we need to take into consideration not only the development actors, but also the humanitarian actors and the peace actors. We develop a Nexus HDQ specific for enabling the country we work with, and it's going to the way that we need to work more holistically and develop more conflict sensitive and context and risk analysis approach. We work and the strategy, one of the strategy, a concrete example to work in the field and to address the needs is to work with the territory. And the strategy is to increasingly work with holistic and territorial approaches. This territorial approach is really ground-based, involves the identification with the stakeholders, the needs, the challenges and obstacles in order to develop a project tailored to that territory. It means that the involvement of everybody is essential. For example, I can give you example in the Sahel, Burkina Faso, where Enable works to strengthen local authorities and municipalities to address not only the crisis, because they are facing many crises, the influx of displaced people due to conflict, but also to climate change. But not only to address this, but to integrate the population, the IDPs, and ensure that the public services are equipped and capable of building resilience mechanisms to face all these challenges and crises. The importance of concrete cost-cutting teams, and just to give a word on this, this is not only the wording, gender and inclusion, youth empowerment, environment, digital transition, or decent work. For example, youth empowerment, I can give you that we work with the Council of Youth, and we have started working in Belgium here, but also in some countries, where this Council of Youth can also give input and influence and provide ideas and strategy to work for their territories and for the needs. It's important to have this in mind, as well as digital transition. It's an innovation. I forgot innovation on this slide, but we work and we believe that developing and enhancing and supporting the local innovation labs that we have made in some countries, it's also one key for addressing the needs. So we are, thank you very much for your attention, and just a final word thing is that we also are member of of Coalition and Practitioners Networks, which is the network of the other European cooperation agencies, and we are key partners with them and to address this challenge in a European strategy and dynamics to address this need. Thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to working together for this morning session and this conversation. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Luc, and I'm sure that you will have quite a bit of questions later on the issues that you have developed. Now let us hear from Really Lappenleinen, President of Concord, give us his comments. And I hope really that you will tell us a little bit more about the two concepts that you mentioned a bit earlier, the ownership and empowerment.
Yes, I try.
Please.
Can you hear me? Yes.
Yes.
Now I hear myself as well. So that's good. Thanks a lot for, again, giving the floor, and thanks for the comments, etc. Perhaps I'm just listening about the colleagues, absolutely valuable information, and thanks for that. I think that it's really giving the evidences that why exactly we still need development cooperation. We need to really be in the same boat and really trying to find out the common solutions on all that, because there's a lot of skepticism at the moment to say that development cooperation, development assistance, whatever you call it, is not needed anymore. I don't really believe on that. We have too much evidences at the moment that how we act globally together, which is linked on this, how we can power each other as well. I think that's very much needed on that. Of course, always in whatever sector it is, there are also failures, which I think is fair enough. We are humans who are trying to do our best. Just some kind of note to say that development cooperation is the area which is most evaluated comparing for any other area. And in that way, I think that we are also capable to learn a lot on the failures and trying to develop that more and more in the better directions. But of course, when the humans are doing the collaboration in circumstances where they're living, there's always challenges on that. And I think one of the, from my point of view, one key action point, it's not only the technical support, which is definitely needed in many fragile states or elsewhere, but it's also that how you do the things. And that means I'm coming back on my earlier point about the good governance, about how we can really build the societies where the people really feel that they want to be part of that and where they are ready to contribute. And that really is some kind of enlarged ownership and building the powers of the individuals to find the good solutions as well. Human beings has a lot of creativity if it's helped, where the education definitely is one of the role, but it's also about how safe do you feel in your environment that you are ready to really innovate and finding the solutions. I think the Ukrainians are an amazing example about that, how innovative they have been in these circumstances where they are. Estonia is one of those really the pioneers in really innovative countries. I think that really that you have the space, you are heard, you are trusted, you can find the ways how you can really develop your countries. But then in many cases there are the external pressures as well. It could be war, it could or the external war or internal conflict. It could be the climate change which is changing the environment. And then we come again on that what are how the people are equipped, what are the skills, what are the knowledge, expertise, skills to develop, innovate, etc. So I think that from that point of view is important that we really allow the people to take their own responsibilities as well, because that is the only way how we can really survive in this planet. And when it becomes this short and long term, this is never-ending story, and I think we have a lot of experiences, each of us in our own lives, even that the human being's mentality is that we want to have quick solutions. And very, very, very often it happens. I think we all have the experiences on that. So in somehow you need to be able to tackle the short-term actions, finding the solutions, but then having the horizon on your mind at the same time. And then the sustainability comes back to that. And I've done all my life the work with the sustainability issues and try to really see that in that way that we need to build the sustainability holistically. You can't only do one piece of the sustainability, just thinking about the only economical aspect of the sustainability or only environmental. You need the social aspect as well on that. And that's why we need to really have this some kind of 360-degree approach on that you really will see where to go on. And that needs time, because if you really want to be sustainable, you need to take the people on board, which is, again, building this ownership, building the power, really building the resilience, building the sustainability. And that's why I think that it's really, really important that we really think about how we act as well on that. And then I would like to repeat myself a little bit again about the values. I think that this is one of the things, somehow as a part of the human being's DNA, that we need each other. That is why we exist still in this planet. We hasn't been destroyed yet ourselves. I do hope that we are not going to do that. But I think that if we really will respect the others and we have the attitude to really doing good, keeping the humanity, keeping the human rights, the values behind on that, we can exactly get better results. But I know that it might heard naive, but I want to be still naive and saying this aloud, even this conflict time what we are living at the moment, because I really believe still that majority of the people are good people. Unfortunately, we are living at a time that for many reasons, those who are not perhaps the most valuable persons or respecting each other has the power at the moment. And I'm sure that we will find the solutions, but and again, then we are coming back on this time frame that unfortunately in the short time, it's really painful at the moment, but we need to believe on that there will be the good times coming and we can find the solutions which really are best for the human beings in the place where they are living. Because in the end, the only solution on the sustainable point is really that the people can take their own responsibilities and finding the ways which really works most for them. Perhaps I will stop here now and then happy to continue in later. Thank you.
Thank you, really, and thank you for the optimistic tone on which you ended up. I think it's very important, and I think we need this, and we need to continue to believe that, like you said, there are good people, and I think we hope that their day will come sooner rather than later, so that what has been unfortunately done in terms of damage could be repaired, and that we could again look at each other and look at ourselves in the mirror and say that we are still living by values. Thank you. And now we go back to the European Union. Alice Paimund, again, Deputy Head of the European Commission's representation in Estonia and Head of Media and Communication. The floor is yours.
Thank you. So I think the mic is not working.
I think, well,
Hello. Now it's working.
yes, it's
Good.
working. They have to shift the
Yes.
microphone.
Okay. So, well, I can only agree with really and all other previous speakers, and I think that really we are, in our minds and also in our actions, we are on the right track already. So we really need to go on with all these actions we are already doing around the globe. But maybe just I won't repeat myself because I had a quite profound overview this morning already, but maybe just to give some other important points from the European perspective. That I spoke about these global partnerships and again about empowering people in their home countries. So this is the most effective way we think to avoid global conflicts, because we know that when there is a poverty, when there is a climate crisis, it is a very good soil for new conflicts to emerge. But of course, European Union is a major humanitarian aid provider in the world, and of course, if there is a crisis, we cannot probably speak about partnerships or, I don't know, economic or educational cooperation, but we need to provide immediate relief to those crisis hotspots around the world, and this is what European Union is, of course, also doing. So be it Ukraine or be it Gaza or also Sudan. So for example, for Sudan, we have mobilized more than 270 million euros this year. We have organized air bridge to deliver food and water and so on to the crisis areas, because there people really need this immediate relief, and we have to be also ready to provide this in addition to the development cooperation, to the global partnerships, which are, in my opinion, best tools to avoid new conflicts and new crisis hotspots. So we have to approach really two ways. Yes, so that's basically the general framework where we work in the European Union, and the same approach is taken also towards our candidate countries, and all our programs and cooperation projects are based also on values and also on sustainability criteria, as mentioned before here in our panel and also in the presentation. So be it third countries or be it candidate countries around the globe, so the values and the principles of rule of law, democracy, and green development, they are always there. They are always the basis for our cooperation and for our also financial aid to other countries. So I can give you some examples from the enlargement process, let's say. So we are very good cooperation partners with Turkey. For example, also with Georgia, but now we see that in Georgia, the government is not very interested in European path anymore. And also in Turkey, we have seen violation of rule of law and democracy principles lately, and so it doesn't mean that we will immediately cut our financial programs towards these countries. But now what we have done in Turkey and also in Georgia is that we have channeled our financial aid and our cooperation programs towards civil society. So this is very, very important, and I totally agree with really that to empower civil society is really very important, also for the European Union. And we recently, just a month ago, we came out with a new civil society strategy. So we have a whole new program, Agora EU, which has a budget of 9 billion euros. And it is exactly to empower civil society. We will create a common platform so civil society can interact with other civil society organizations in other countries. We have many other projects under this program. And so this is really very, very important to engage civil society and not only work with states or governments.
Thank you. Thank you, Alice, for these further information. And I'm happy that there is already action concerning the Sudan, which is unfortunately another tragedy, but not as much on the news as it deserves to be. We have now I would say about 40 minutes to maybe spend on further discussing. And I take the privilege of being the moderator to ask the first question, which is 2 questions in one. I start from the point that all of you have made, or at least insinuated that there is at the same time an increase in the number of crises which is faced by a reduction of the financial programming and the financial capacity to meet the requirements, the needs of people in these crises. And that would be my first question is, how do you see Europe, certainly, because this is the topic, how do you see Europe acting or should be acting to basically replace or at least make up for some of the capacity, the financial capacity that has been lost after the closing down of the USAID, all the American suspension of foreign aid, except with, I think, for 3 or 4 recipients. Is Europe in a position, I'm not saying to fully replace, but at least to make up some of the lost capacity? And then the second one is looking at the, I think you ended up talking about the future expectation, Alice, and I think I take it from, I put my question within that framework. We need to be, I suppose, we need to be looking at the bigger picture. We're looking at very tragic situations. The Ukraine has been mentioned. Gaza as a tragedy has also been mentioned, and I think we need to look at the needs probably as they materialize, because I would suppose that for Gaza we have an idea about the impact, but we don't have maybe an exact number. I suppose it's the same with the Ukraine. So we need to maybe anticipate. And one of the ways is to coordinate maybe all the development and humanitarian aid mechanisms, whether they are of the EU or the OECD or other European structures, to avoid duplication, but also to use the capacity of each organization where it is the best equipped and where it does the better work. So I'm just throwing these two ideas to you, and I would be really interested in your comments.
I can take a first one on this on this coordination and avoiding overlapping. I've been by now, I think, like 12 years working in this area, and I think if to put it in a joke, that I think if I would find a receipt how to resolve the problem of coordination in the area of development cooperation, I would be a billionaire by now. So this is, I didn't want to over dramatize, but this is a problem. This is a really problem because we see a lot of donors making their intervention in their target countries, let's say Ukraine, for example, and in many cases these programs, these interventions are not speaking to each other. Even maybe formalistically speaking, in some kind of the discussion or coordination format, there is interaction, but in practice, we feel that, at least at ESTE, we feel that there could be more interaction between the parallel programs, parallel implementing for the better result and for the avoidance of the overlapping, doing the same reform, but from the different outcomes or perspectives. I think from the EU's perspective, the Team Europe approach, I think, I don't know, maybe it's like for 10 years has been in place, maybe a little bit less. But this is quite a good thing. We like it. We like it because it mobilizes the member states and its agencies under one roof, under one umbrella, and this is where this synergy, identification of your strength, my strength, your strength, how it can be multiplied and put together, and each one of us can do the job we do the best in our practice. So, and on the other hand, I think the challenge is also from a perspective of receiving country, the country who is receiving support. So what I see in my job, well, basically on a weekly basis, that the receiving government is just sending out their the requests to the all donor community and hoping that someone will respond, take the commitment, take the responsibility. But in many cases, we later find out that actually there are like multiple donors who have responded to this initiative and basically implementing the same thing, and unfortunately sometimes from the different perspectives. So I think that the responsibility of receiving country is also to learn how to say no and when to say yes to the specific donor or partner who can intervene. So yeah, I think this is my kind of view and my experience in this.
Thank you.
Yes, I can maybe take over from here. That this, I totally agree with you that this Team Europe approach is really a very efficient one. So at least we coordinate our development aid here in the European Union, inside our own union. And of course, the European Union is always very open to cooperate also in these development programs with like-minded countries. So because we have common values, so we have common, let's say, objectives, we share common principles, but I think that it would be a bit more difficult to coordinate these kind of investments and programs with other major powers, so not naming countries here, who might have totally different interests in these regions. Mm-hmm. So this is a bit complicated situation, and we have really seen that these major powers have been accelerating their investments, especially in strategically important places all over the world, important regions all over the world. So here it is difficult to find this aspect of cooperation, but at least, so what we have our Team Europe, and we have a very strong cooperation with other Western and European like-minded countries.
Thank you. Thank you. You cannot mention countries, I can. It's okay. Please.
And I can as well. So that's good. Yeah, yeah. Exactly. I think it's really important question, and it comes again about that how, what exactly is the future, what we are building on, and to whom we are building that. Because definitely, to be very frank, there's always the competition behind. We can't really get out of that. That's somehow the part of the human being's DNA, that you are competing with each other, and that makes it very, very, very difficult. And I think that there are different levels on that, where let's talk about the member states level, bilateral cooperation. So it's mainly different type of organizations or collaboration, what you do, that for example what the civil society is doing. So in that way, I think that there are more and more different kind of interests in the game on there, and the question really is that how you can really balance on that, how you can come again on this win-win situation, which I hate as a word because it's quite commercial wording, but I think that it tells quite a lot what we are looking for, is that exactly all the parties are really benefiting in a meaningful way on that. But it's very true that because there is this geopolitical competencies, and even it's more open, it's said very publicly out. I think it's not really the secret to say at the moment the US or China or Russia at the moment, or many other countries as well, who definitely this is the game for them as well. And that makes it so difficult at the moment to make it. But honestly, I think that in the local level, there are the game going on as equally. There are private sectors who are really competing, there are NGOs who are competing, there are even the local authorities who are competing on that, and it comes back again on that what are the financial resources. And unfortunately, we have given the whole universality of us, we have given the power for the money, and the money is the tool. And I think that's really makes it so difficult about this situation, because we are so much financially driven and not about the values driven or all of that. And it's really difficult to change all of that, because this is the world what we have created collectively on that. But I think that there are really the good initiatives, and even the OECD used to have this whole famous harmonization process already 20 years back. And it was working for a while, but now I think that the Team Europe is the next try for that. I really welcome it. I think it's good that there's really more coordination on that, who is doing what, so we could really get the better solutions as well on there. But I could agree with you on as well on that it's not that somebody is really giving you from the outside about the resources. There has to be the responsibilities and vision, which kind of country or community we are building. It has to come by the owners and the actors themselves, what they want. And that's why we're really coming back on this geopolitical situation, because we have a lot of people at the moment who want to really enlarge their territories, or having the more raw materials or oil or whatever, you name it, on there. So that makes it very, very, very difficult. And at the same time, when we don't really follow the rules, what we have set to us internationally, and we don't even have the proper mechanisms how we can really put those in charge who are really undermining the laws on that, it's really complicated situation. But I think that the one of the tools for this coordination as well is that we are based on in the agreements on the laws what we are having, and we really support about the international structure in that way, because that's in the end good for all of us.
Thank you, really. Eleanor, Luke, you want to come in?
Sure, happy to start, and thanks to colleagues for the previous interventions. I mean, maybe I'll pick up on the second part of your question in terms of sort of more the global view and what we see coming ahead. You know, as I mentioned in my presentation, the next key milestone for us at least will be in April, when we'll have the 2025 figures. But as you saw from the presentation, we are not expecting an improvement in the situation, let's say. And so we're likely to see a continuation of the more contracted ODA budgetary landscape. That's not news to anyone. But I think where it leaves us then is there are some tough choices to be made. There is a certain amount of efficiency gain that can come from ongoing reforms, from continued pursuit of coordination, etc. But the reality will be, at least in the short term, that there will just be less money in the system. And so it's a question of deciding then how that money gets allocated. And I think that that's a strong focus of this discussion, as well as in other fora. And then in the medium term is looking more at kind of a resourcing strategy for the sector. And of course, the FFD4 meeting that happened this year, it was a waymarker, I think, to thinking about how the sector is resourced more broadly. But just to pick up maybe a little bit on some of the other interventions that colleagues have made, as these kind of interest-based arguments, more the influence of geopolitics becomes more dominant, let's say, in the development cooperation sector. It's not to say that it wasn't there already. I think everyone acknowledges that development cooperation has always in some ways been political. But as it becomes more dominant, I think part of the uncertainty is that it's unclear to us exactly how this will impact allocations going forward. And so just building on what I was saying in the presentation, I think there is some special attention needed to some of these areas that have already been hit by the cuts that we've seen, and are likely to continue to be so. But to think of as a community and in aggregate, what does it mean for those countries, the communities, the places that maybe don't have much of a strategic offer to give right now? And so from the donor side, if everyone is pursuing a kind of mutual interest approach to development cooperation, there may be an aggregate effect of that that we need to take into account. Maybe just to say, again, stepping back and more broadly, I think what we've seen certainly since the beginning of this year is, and we'll have a paper out on this soon and happy to share it, is kind of an explosion, if you like, of research, commentary, new initiatives around the future of international development cooperation. And that's happening at a number of levels. Of course, at the multilateral level, the UN at 80 initiative that we've already heard about is going ahead. But at many other levels as well, there is thinking happening about the future of development cooperation. And that's always been part of the DNA of the sector, that there are peaks and troughs where we think about what the future should be like, how the sector operates, what the structures and architectures look like, and how they could be improved. But it does feel that there's maybe we are at one of those kind of inflection points at this time as well. And so just to say, I think there's value in keeping an eye on some of those initiatives that are going on, and to see where they might lead us, because I think a lot of the discussion that we're having today in terms of some of the tensions that we see coming to the fore right now are being discussed, and the hope is that there would be a way to move forward. And maybe just to put it on people's radar, here at the Development Cooperation Directorate of the OECD, we'll be doing some work in this area as well over 2026, with a view to our flagship publication next year being focused on this topic. Maybe just one other thought in terms of the future and how we move forward as a field is one of the tensions that I think we're seeing is how to articulate the value of development cooperation, both on two levels. Intrinsically, so how does development cooperation stand as a field, and what does it contribute? And then also relatively, in terms of its interaction and its contribution to other policy fields and other policy goals, such as security, for example, just picking up on the title of the conference. And so I think in the debates and the initiatives that we see going forward on the future of the field, I think that will be a big focus, is where is the boundary around international development cooperation? Why does it need to still exist as a policy field alone? And then what are the kind of the relative the relationships that it has to other policy fields, and how can it be helpful in those regards as well? I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you, Eleonora. Luc, want to say something?
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, I agree with colleagues and the statements that have already been mentioned. First of all, one good point, I cannot disagree with the Team Europe approach, of course, and as an agency, we are also part of some of the initiatives and Team Europe initiatives in the field on democracy, but also on innovation, on digital innovation and health. And of course, I mean, taking all the advantages and the expertise of different actors means that we can coordinate and make resources mutual and see how we can better coordinate on this on specific topic. The coordination, as mentioned by colleagues on the field, is so important, and we see that in very practically, and I can have many examples in the Sahel, in the DRC, in Palestine, anywhere, where the local authorities, despite the fact that they are not always skilled, are excluded of coordination mechanism. And this is something that as international cooperation actors, as humanitarian, also with the humanitarian actors, we need to think of and to make sure that they're really integrated in all the local mechanism coordination, because this creates also kind of frustration with these local authorities. If you are a mayor or a local authority, a local chief, and you are not included in the decision and in the decision-making process, it can also create frustration and can also make multiplication effect to this kind of frustration. And regarding the coordination internationally, so we think at the European level, we think with the European partners, with OECD partners and members as well, but we shall also reflect and reinvent the cooperation with the non-usual donors or actors. We mentioned the geopolitical shift and interest. When the last World Social Summit was held in Qatar, and Qatar, the Qatar Foundation, the Qatar and all the Gulf member states have also interest and vision to share, and maybe we can also discuss with these countries, with these stakeholders, so the different interest of different countries in the geopolitical shift have to be taken into consideration to reinvent and to go to work, to learn how to work with the different non-usual donors or institutions, the regional financial institution, the African Bank of Development, the Islamic Bank of Development, others institutions may play a very important role in the coming years in these countries, and to address and to see how they can also meet the needs of the population and the needs in the field. So this is how I think maybe we can think with other non-usual partners. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Luc. Thank you very much. Thanks to all of the panelists. And now the floor is yours. If you have any questions, please identify yourself and identify the person or anyone of the panel or the entire panel to whom you would like to address your question. Please. Yes? The microphone is there.
Thank you very much. I'm Latif Fayaz. I came from Finland. Actually, my question is about the rechanneling of the international corporations especially with the states that they are not like in line with the values that EU are. It is like a core principles for EU. I'm coming back from Afghanistan actually. There, right now, the Taliban is ruling Afghanistan, and they are not actually respecting any sort of international law or any sort of democratic values. There in Afghanistan, the people are living in a very disastrous situation. So how can EU contribute instead of the Taliban with the Afghanistan diaspora communities that they are like active in the European countries and also around the world? Because inside Afghanistan, Taliban has not given these chances for the civil society to do their activities freely in Afghanistan. So the development aids are going through the Taliban channels. And sometimes Taliban are using that development aids for their own consolidation of power. So instead of injecting money to the Taliban, how it is possible to work with the Afghanistan diaspora in the foreign countries? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone would like to take the question, or should we maybe ask another one and get everything together? Okay. Yes?
Okay, thank you very much, the panelists. And my name is Chuka Okwifna, originally from Nigeria. I come from Finland. So my question also goes to the EU. Considering the collapse of democracies along the Sahel region of Africa, and I think Nigeria and it's only Nigeria and Senegal stay the only functional democracy along that region. So what are the action plans in place by the EU to partner with the civil societies in the region so that they can be able to protect the democracies in Nigeria and the Senegal, not to deepen the humanitarian crisis in the region? And also, those collapsed democracies in the region, in the Sahel region, is there any action plan by the EU to work with the civil societies in the region to help promote the humanitarian aid in the region? Thank you.
Thank you. We have another one here. So we take three and then give you the floor, you reply.
Thank you. My name is Zinta Miezane. I come from Riga, Latvia. I'm a development assistance practitioner working. I've been working in different countries, usually European neighboring countries, from the civil society organization. And I was looking at this large global gateway system, and I had a question in mind. Is it flexible enough for civil society partners to cooperate among different countries? And what are administrative and bureaucratic consequences of such a large conglomerate of joining together different finances? Thank you.
Okay, I will take, maybe get the answers for these three, and then we take another group of questions. You take any question you would like to answer.
Questions were all directed to you, then maybe I just give a few comments. So I must say that I'm not working for the European External Service, so which is mainly responsible for coordinating all these programs, and also we have a separate Directorate General in the Commission, DG ECHO, which is responsible for the humanitarian aid. But just maybe a few comments so I can make. So first regarding Afghanistan, that there EU is still providing different kind of support to Afghanistan people, and we are really working very closely with UN agencies and other NGOs to ensure that it is not channeled through Taliban. So we are aware of the situation. We know that Taliban tries to control everything, and we are really working on that to really ensure that the aid goes to those that really need it and goes to the right objectives. Actually, the same applies for other regions. So I'm not the expert of Africa and Sahel. So really, excuse me that I cannot really give any direct answers. But of course, EU is really stick to its values. So this is our kind of basic requirement that our financial aid is tailored to our values and to our objectives. And of course, we work again with these UN agencies and other organizations around the world to channel our aid as much as we can to serve the right purpose. So I don't know, maybe you can, yes, you can, if you can add anything, so it would be nice.
I think this is not only the question or challenge was, I mean, the question was from concerning Afghanistan and Nigeria. I think we have a quite close to our neighborhood. We have a case of Georgia. I have spent altogether 7 years working on Georgia file, and I have seen the times where Georgia was labeled as a front runner, success story, etc., etc. And then I have witnessed the times where the decline happened. And basically today, at least from the perspective of Estonian government, while colleague was speaking about the value-based cooperation, we are in a conflict with ourselves because the values projected by us towards Georgia and expectations are not met on the other side. So we have invested a lot of political capital, we have invested a lot of economic capital, we have invested by our means, by Estonian means, believe a lot of development cooperation aid and support. And once, for tango you need 2 persons, yes, to dance. So once there is no mutual understanding and not playing by the, so let's call it, by the rules or by the values you expect from the partner, the relationship cannot continue in these terms. So we have phased out our development cooperation in Georgia, unfortunately. But as you were mentioning, their support towards civil society and specifically their civil society and communities in exile who have some impact on the processes, we are supporting Georgian civil society in exile and trying to find the ways how to support them, how to create resilience, yes, and how they could make an impact back into the processes and shaping the future of the country. So, but it's very good and actually very difficult question. So, how to do it properly and to have impact. So, yes.
It is indeed a very complicated issue. Anyone else wanted to comment? Otherwise, okay.
Perhaps quickly continuing on that it's really, really difficult, but I definitely think that exactly I didn't answer on your first question about that, how I really see that Europe's role vis-a-vis for the USAID cuts, etc. I do believe that Europe needs to be the number one. It needs to continue really the commitments both on the development cooperation and the humanitarian assistance. We have to do that. So if nobody else is not really doing that we are losing the whole situation. So in that way, I think that there are really the different kind of mechanisms, but definitely one of those is really supporting civil society. And this is really definitely one of our concerns now when the new EU budget is going to be started the negotiations. So how to really EU walk the talk on that there will be the resources for the civil society organizations, not only through the global gateway, but also on the other sources, because in the fragile states, it's the difficulties is really complex and it's really definitely needed for that. So this is really the strong message which really then exactly allows that many civil society organizations can apply and can really act and take their own responsibilities on that.
Thank you. Any further comment? Or we still have the
Yes.
question from Latvia.
Yeah, about this global gateway and its the complexity of bureaucracy. I think it was the question. So it's actually it's like a, let's say, project-based strategy. So meaning that there are many different smaller projects, and these projects can be basically implemented by, let's say, anyone. So meaning that if you have a good idea, then it's always possible to engage and to apply for the funding. So I mean, it cannot be a physical person, of course, but there are many different ways of doing so. So I really call or invite to consult our information in our websites. So there are many practical instructions. So how we all, or how, for example, civil society or private sector can contribute to make these projects happen. I don't know, maybe you want to add here also something? But
perhaps I'm thinking that Luke might know that in the Enable point of view, that how you cooperate with the civil society, with the Belgium civil society. I know that at least that there are some of the programs going on where the civil society has been very heavily involved, which is part of the Global Gateway flagships. Or at least some of your colleagues has been involved very heavily on that. Look, did you hear what I said? No, you looks like that you don't.
Okay.
Yeah, so the question, there was a question for me, but I think I didn't get it really.
So I was just saying that at least what I know, the Belgium civil society organizations, they have been very involved on the Team Europe initiatives and the programs. So if you know anything about that, that might be helpful for the Latvian colleague to get a little bit more practical understanding of how it works in practice.
Yeah, but I mean, regarding the Belgian civil society organization, we are part of we are governmental organization, so we are not part of the civil society movement. But it's true that the Belgian civil society is also very active in support to democracy, and we have also, I mean, the support of Belgium to these tools is to a Team Europe approach for democracy, and so Belgian civil society, but not only Belgian civil society organization, other European organization and other member states are part of and can share and build vision and reflect on new mechanism on how to reshape and to think about the democratic resilience in the field, so that makes me the point to the question related to the Sahel and the vision of European Union. So I cannot answer the vision of European Union, of course, but what I wanted to say regarding Sahel, and I know that of course there is all these regimes and considered somehow as unconstitutional or complex settings, and it is very difficult. And the fact is, of course, the support goes to the civil society and has to go to the civil society where we still have challenges. But the political dialogue is not easy either with the de facto government. I mean, having difficulties with Niger, Burkina, Mali, or other countries in diplomatic discussion is very tough. But we think, and this is also a position that is shared by Enable and other agencies, that stepping out is not a solution, and keeping at least the dialogue, even at a low scale, low level, closed door, it's always a good point as much as we can. And this is what we try to defend, to make sure that we can also stay engaged in this very difficult and politically constrained environment. So I don't know if I answered the question or anything, but I had some problem with this sound at a certain point.
Okay, thank you, Luc. Okay, we're gonna take another round of questions. Okay, we have 1, 2, 3.
That's a lot.
Hi, my name is Marina. I'm a Ukrainian refugee from Poland. I'm working for Polish non-governmental organization, which is founded by Ukrainian refugees. And first of all, I want to thank you, Margus, and you, Luc, for what are you doing for the restoration of my country. And I want to say that Ukrainians are not only in Ukraine, unfortunately. I will cry, sorry. Unfortunately, we were forced to move from our country. I'm from Zaporozhye. I live near the nuclear station. And unfortunately, a lot of us will stay in Europe due to the various reasons. First of all, a lot of people in Poland came from Mariupol, from Kharkiv, the cities that are destroyed. It is hard for me to speak about Ukraine, unfortunately. But I kindly ask you not to forget about us. The problem, I don't speak about all the countries which accepted Ukrainians, but in Poland we face really problems. When Polish people say that, okay, Polish people also went to England, to Germany, and they were paying for the notification of for acceptance of their documents and their education. But we didn't come to Poland for better life. We were saving life of ourselves and our children. And I kindly ask you to pay attention that we want better jobs, but it is not possible at the moment because we cannot just recognize our Ukrainian documents. We were studying in Ukrainian universities. Also, please know that our organization is widely cooperating with Polish non-governmental organizations and the organization abroad, and we've built within Poland kind of association of Ukrainian foundations which were organized in Poland by Ukrainian people, Ukrainian women basically. And we are always open for cooperation. Thank you so much, and we just do not forget about us.
Thank you.
Sorry, may I?
Thank you.
Ambassador, may I?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Будьте ласка, як вас звати? Марина. Ми з вами за вашу мрію і до перемоги. Так? Працюємо. So I said, we as Estonians, we are with Ukraine, we are together with your dreams, and we support you till the victory, and of course after the victory too. What I want to say about, as you said, do not forget us. In our definition, when we work on a local level, and there was one question for discussion, how the support could reach the local level better, yes? And while working in Ukraine, we understood that it's not about a program drafted somewhere on a paper, which maybe a local person will, well, he or she might understand, but actually he or she has totally different context and totally different needs. And we understood that while speaking to the locals, we need to work on a hope side, on a hope for the better future, to give the perspective for the people that we as a tiny country with limited resources, we are with you, we're standing by you, shoulder to shoulder, and we're pushing on other countries to do the same, to provide the necessary support, to help Ukraine to jumpstart all the reforms, to help on immediate needs, humanitarian needs. So we define it from the hope side, and together we make it happen. So працюємо. And працюємо between, by the way, I want to teach you a new word in Ukrainian. Працюємо means let's work together. Pracujemo.
Thank you. Okay. Yes. We have a question here. I'm sorry, I just want to ask you if you can be very, very brief. Just go ahead straight to the question because we
Lunch is
are
waiting.
getting out of our time limit.
So, short
Yeah.
question. Jamil Diyarbakirli, I'm from Sweden, a Syrian monitor for human rights. Our organization working focus cover in our works between Europe and Middle East. So my question is, what is the Middle East area in your present and future programs? Speciality, we have a large diaspora in Europe and North countries living here. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay. We have there.
Actually, I believe my question is also
Okay.
one of the later panels in the interest of time.
Thank you. Any more? Yes?
Thank you. İbrahim Sönmez, AFAS. I'm coming from Finland, was born in Turkey. So I will try to be very brief, as you asked. Yeah, this panel is, of course, it's about development and aid policy. And there's been, I'll try to be brief here. So there's been topics about transactions, being transactional, and values. And of course, European values, and Europeans are very, as I see, very proud that they have these values. Whereas I've been taught from the childhood on that sense and humanity which matters most. And when we look at this aids and all those supports to the even civil societies, it's about European values. So it looks like a lot transactional to me. So giving something and expecting something back. So to what extent, if I may put this in this way, to what extent you believe that the money or allocating the money is really important in this development of the world and humanity? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Did you ask for the... No, okay, all right, okay.
Thank you. Well, I would like to ask regarding the... well, my name is Joachim. I'm coming from Greece and I'm representing the UNESCO Youth Club of Thessaloniki. So, my question is regarding the Global Gateway Initiative. And given all the geopolitical changes that we are facing since 2022, how viable is this project as these changes force the European Union to allocate more resources to herself and to arm the Union? And also I would like to add in this context, how does China's expanding influence is affecting European Union's capacity to remain competitive and effective in this global effort of assistance? Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to ask our panelists to go ahead and give us some replies, but each one of you has 2 minutes, if you can fit in all of this.
Okay, maybe I will just quickly answer the last question, and then maybe others can take the others. So, regarding this global gateway approach, so we see in Europe that it's a very viable project. So, as I already mentioned, so our aim was to mobilize 300 billion euros, but now we are on track to mobilize even more, around 400 by the end of 2027. And so the recipe behind the success, probably, if I can say it in such a way, is that really we we use financial means to create more financial tools. So it's kind of leveraging system. And of course our resources are limited, but if we invest in a right way, then we create a good soil to bring new financial means to invest further. And the second question was about EU competitiveness. It was about like in this, in terms of assistance or? Regarding China and in terms of assistance. Okay, it is a complicated question, but let me stress once again that we really stick to our values, and our kind of principle is to empower people locally. We do not want to make any dependencies, so meaning that we really want local people to benefit, but in the same time we would like it to bring better cooperation between also Europe and like-minded countries. So this we have kind of different approach in assistance, I would say.
Okay, thank you. Yes? No?
Yeah, thanks for all the questions. And then exactly, I was just stopping to think about and it might be that I misused as well about the European values. I apologize, because they are universal values, and I think that we have to be very, very clear on that we are talking about the universal values. European values is equally the same, but it's universal values, and I apologize, I made the mistake by myself as well on that, but this really is the point. And in that way, I think that the really good question about that, allocating the money, is it important? I think that money is the tool, and what really strikes me in this time what we are really living, because we have given for the couple of individuals to dominate the universal discussions, which is all about money all the time. And money is the tool to make the lives better for every single person in every corner of the world, including Middle East, which you rightly pointed out on that. And I think that we need to change this narrative in the total different kind of ways. And that's why I think that we need to talk about the universal values, why we exactly would like to live in harmony in this planet at the moment. So this is my point.
Thank you. Eleanor, Luke? No? Okay. Well, I know that there are other questions, a lot of other questions. I think the topic is of interest to all of you. So, actually, you can still visit those questions, ask them, because the idea is to create 5 groups, 5 working groups, where you can go and discuss these issues. And you will bring to us the conclusions or the remarks or the questions that you met with during your conversations and your discussions, and then we will try to take them in as part of our work in this conference. So you choose your group, you decide among yourselves, and you get together. You have about half an hour to do it, and then you go straight to 20 minutes. Okay, sorry. And then you just join us directly for lunch. So, and then we resume at 2 o'clock. Of course. Now, before you leave the room, I think I really would like to express a very, very great appreciation to all our panelists for the insight, for the information, for their, the debate that they have created on this issue. And I think they have given us food for thought, not only for the day, not only for the next half hour for you, but I think for many, many weeks, if not months to come. So with your support, we would like to give them a big hand. And thank you for all our support and for the insight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Luke. Thank you, Eleanor. Have you?
5 groups. One group is here, another group is joining. Okay. Last 30 seconds, guys, and we will have to wrap up and go to the lunch. 30 seconds to wrap up. Okay, I'm coming to ask the question. Okay, and now we will just do the very quick around one sentence of each working group. Okay? Yes. Stefanos, guys, please take a seat still. We just need to finish. One sentence from each group. Okay? So, no, there is no. Sorry, you can continue later on, but we need to wrap up.
Yeah. Just hold the thought, okay? So I'm gonna summarize, yeah?
Please, we just last sentence.
Am I summarizing? No, Vasil. Okay, everybody hears me? Yeah, nice. So we had an amazing conversation here, very short. It's never enough because we have amazing youth with us and some oldies like me. Anyway, yeah, some of the points that I took, some of the notes I took here, very briefly, Vasil. What is it? Oh, thank you. Guy with the microphones, that's me. Okay, so I'm gonna go through all of them very fast. So we decided that in our group, many conflicts and lots of problems in the world nowadays, and we don't have, there is not enough being done about these problems. Not real solutions are there made. These are, many of them are surface-faced, so one of the points. The next one was, it's kind of a question, it was kind of a question. So many democracies are collapsing in all over the world, and has EU done, or is it doing something really tangible, something really effective to prevent this thing? So that they don't collapse all over the world, the democracies. So the next thing is, we said, what's the problem? Problem is the leaders most of the time. So, yeah. So the solution, we will think about it in the next panel. Yeah, the next one is the solution for all these problems can be, one of them is accepting people. People need acceptance, even more than financial aid or anything else. So our next point is, so we should look into the core of the problem, actually helpful solutions and long-lasting, long-term solutions to those problems. Yeah, so the next one is, two more. Next one is, so if we want to change the world, yeah, to the better, yeah. But then let's not forget that this is the human beings we are talking about. So human beings want more. And then they want to expand, they want to invade, they want more money, fame, this and that, which is in human nature. And we went a little bit of pessimistic here, so we can't really change that. But we had a question, can we divert this? Can we direct this longing for the more, even longing for the ultimate? Can be done, anything about it? Yeah, the last point, Vasil, don't kill me, okay? Yeah. So representation of the youth could be a real solution in every aspects of the politics, of the world, of all the solutions. Is it okay? Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Approved, thank you.
Yeah, very good. Thank you. One sentence, Jakub. One sentence. In one sentence.
So we thought about interactions among NGOs in the NGO space and the interactions between NGOs and other actors. And we concluded that efficient communication that leads to transparency, that leads to accountability, was a way to improve results in NGO practice and action.
Hi everyone. Our group discussed the rise and change in the politics of Europe and how there's the left and then there's also the right. They are now impacting civil society, and we said that we were going to increase youth groups and debate groups in order to help move this along, because it's now for the next generation to take this forward.
Well, we started discussing the Europe's effectiveness to global assistance. This question leads us to a second question. What is the role of Europe globally? And in the process of trying to answer also this question, we ended up with another question: what is Europe? So to wrap up what we discussed about the Europe's effectiveness to global assistance, we need bottom-to-top policy making, taking into account the real and small challenges of the ordinary people. Europe's role globally: Europe is not one community, we are several communities. We need to learn each other more and to be more inclusive. And regarding the final question, what is Europe? It remains to be answered. So that's a small summary of our group.
Thank you very much. Last not least, that's yours? So do you have any more? Then have a nice lunch. Danke schön. Tschüss. The next panel will be at 2 o'clock. Dear ladies and gentlemen, the next section will be in 2 minutes. Please take a seat, sit down, relax, and enjoy your flight.
We just need to sit down and discuss everything, because it's not easy. But it's a payment link. I will give you cash and just pay me with your card this amount, and I give you cash. How many? How many? 6 of them. 6. Okay. Let's finish this session.
Hello? We need you here. Okay, so now we resume our work, and we move into our first panel of the afternoon, which will be dealing with another aspect of the subject, which is in relation with climate change and the different impacts and repercussions that this may have on our topic. So to do that, we have a panel, and I would like to call on the moderator, Trine Roos, Executive Director of Estonian Roundtable for Development Cooperation, to join me and call the panel. Please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I have heard that the best time to do whatever activity on a conference is just right after lunch, because everyone is like full, bit tired, getting like cozy, but I hope that I can keep you like alive and you can have some good like energy level and ask a lot of questions. So I see that our panelists are slowly getting ready. Okay. I see that, Michael, you're ready. You can come and have a seat. I think we have Aysegül online via Zoom, am I right?
That's correct, and I can hear you well.
Good. Hopefully, okay, now we can see you as well. So we have Mette. Mahmoud, Rashid, and then we also have Madara. I think if you want to come also come here.
No, when is the turn will come to me? You can sit and...
No, I was just thinking to use the same list as was sent out.
When is the turn, it will go to me to give my speech.
Yeah.
I will talk from the podium, not from the chair.
Okay. Okay, and Madara is also coming. So now when we are like more or less like settled, so welcome. Now we're going to talk about global challenges that we have a lot and about their impact on so many levels. And we have experts from different fields, from different countries, so they can give you pretty good overview of different aspects of these challenges we are facing. And you can slowly start also preparing your questions. I try to make sure all of you can ask your questions if we have enough time. But to start, can I give word to Aysegül? Each of you will have 7 to 10 minutes. You can briefly introduce yourself and then give your presentation. Is it clear? Okay. Aysegül, you can start.
Thank you very much, Trine. Hello, everyone. It's an honor for me to be here with you to join this excellent panel. I'm Aysegül Bayar-Hiltgen from the OECD, from the civil society team at the Development Cooperation Directorate at the OECD. I wish I could be there with you in person. However, I'm grateful also to join virtually and represent my team and the OECD. So thank you once again. So as it was introduced already, we meet at a time of polycrisis with multiple conflicts, climate emergency, economic pressures, democratic backsliding, and shrinking civic space. And I will be speaking more from the side of civil society and how these changes in the global context are currently impacting civil society organizations and development cooperation in the global context. So these overlapping crises are certainly reshaping development cooperation and directly affecting civil society's ability to operate to influence and even to survive. And we all know that civil society plays a fundamental role from service delivery and humanitarian response to democratic oversight to security and peace building. And we see this very clearly in Ukraine, for example, where civil society actors have been documenting war crimes, delivering humanitarian aid, exposing disinformation campaigns, often even faster than state systems can respond. And civil society plays an important role in early warning systems, crisis communication networks, and recovery planning. But the pressures that they face today, such as legal restrictions, the financial insecurity, and the emotional burnout that comes with these, undermine their contribution to democracy, to stability, security, and to evidently resilient societies. So I would like to focus on maybe two key challenges that civil society faces today. According to Civicus, an international center for not-for-profit law, civic space has become increasingly constrained in the recent decades, with a growing number of countries introducing measures that restrict the ability of civil society organizations to operate freely. We all know about the foreign agent laws, and they are spreading through a copycat effect, making it harder for CSOs to register, to access funding, and to participate meaningfully in development processes. And of course, this goes with the broader trend of democratic backsliding and escalating global conflicts. So as a second key challenge, maybe, we also face a financing crisis. The OECD's projections point out to an overall decrease in the official development assistance, shortly ODA, in 2025 of between 9% and 18% from 2024 levels. These figures represent lower end and higher end projections. And when we look at ODA for CSOs specifically, it's more difficult to project, as we cannot anticipate if these overall cuts will lead to providers to alter their mix of delivery channels. But again, preliminary projections of the OECD suggest a higher cut scenario for 30% of cuts in ODA through CSOs. And when we look at Accountability Lab's survey on the impacts of this financing crisis on CSOs, we see that funding from CSOs from all sources, so bilateral providers, but also multilateral organizations, philanthropic organizations, private individuals, corporate organizations, all has fallen by 10%, and at least 10%, more than 10% in some cases. So CSOs are, of course, trying to adapt, trying to adjust to these changes. We see, for example, restructuring through mergers to decrease the costs, operational costs. However, these are just temporary measures. And all of this is happening in a context of rising polarization and public criticism about the legitimacy and the value of development cooperation. And there is also, in parallel, a declining public trust in CSOs. And so, against this backdrop, I would now like to turn to the OECD and the tool that can help navigate these challenges. And I will try to share my screen in parallel here. Hopefully it will work. Let's see. Thanks for bearing with me. Okay. Oops. Oh, it dropped. Apologies. Anyhow, let me continue, and in parallel, I will try to fix the issue. So when we turn to the OECD and our tool to help navigate these challenges, in 2021, the OECD Development Assistance Committee, what we call DAC shortly, adopted the DAC recommendation on enabling civil society in development cooperation and humanitarian assistance, which recognizes the interconnected challenges facing civil society organizations. So this legal instrument, it's a soft law instrument, provides a clear framework for providers of development cooperation, and it's built around 3 pillars which are interconnected, so they're mutually reinforcing one another. So these pillars are respecting, protecting, and promoting civic space, supporting and engaging with civil society, and thirdly, encouraging civil society's effectiveness, transparency, and accountability. And progress in one of these pillars depends on progress in the others. And of course, creating an enabling environment for civil society requires a coordinated approach across all 3. And in this current global context, with all these challenges, we see that this DAC recommendation is not just relevant, but it's getting even more vital. And it kind of remains as a, let's say, North Star, guiding how the development community can support an enabling environment and for the CSOs to be able to provide their crucial roles as peace builders, humanitarian responders, service providers, and watchdogs. And this year, we are conducting the 5-year review of the recommendation. This comes as a requirement built in the recommendation, in the legal instrument. This 5-year report will be out in July 2026. And while the results are not yet final, early evidence shows meaningful progress in both policy and practice change across the DAC community towards enabling civil society. But we see that, of course, sustaining political momentum is essential to ensure the effective implementation of the recommendation. And when you look at the barriers in the implementation of this recommendation, they are rather political than technical. And so what can be done? Maybe let me close by sharing a few recommendations that will be mostly for providers. So protecting civic space through diplomacy, public statements, and coordinated action is key. And civil society's ability to fulfill their varied roles effectively and be accountable to their constituencies and right holders depends to the degree on the openness of civic space. So this kind of summarizes the first pillar of the recommendation, which focuses on protecting civic space. And secondly, providing long-term, predictable, flexible, multi-year support to civil society organizations, and also fostering equitable partnerships with and between civil society organizations gives them a stability and an agency that they need to plan ahead and invest in their organizations. And maybe as a third point, we can say that there is a need for improving coordination and information sharing among providers, drawing on local civil society actors' perspectives. And this better coordination enables providers to complement one another rather than work in silos, duplicate efforts, which is also a loss in cost, and enhance collective effectiveness. And of course, these challenges are not going to go away from today to tomorrow. So investing in the financial sustainability of civil society organizations and enabling legal environments is important for them to build long-term resilience. And in the civil society team at the OECD, we published three toolkits that provide practical guidance on these points and beyond to support the implementation of this recommendation. I will shortly provide the links to the chat. I'm hoping participants can access, maybe not during the meeting, but after. And I would like to close by saying, if civil society is challenged, so are democracy, equality, social cohesion, and accountability. And resilient civil societies create resilient democracies and societies, and we all have a role to play in that. So I will leave it there. Thank you, and looking forward to listening fellow panelists. Thank you.
Thank you, Ayşegül, and I would like to give floor to Michael now.
Thank you, Trine. Thank you, esteemed speakers here. The esteemed speakers that preceded us have described the future. I have to also present myself. Hello, I'm Michael Kampflis. I am the President of the House of European Roads and the Coordinator-in-Chief of the Europe Entrepreneurship and Sustainable Development Forum of Roads, a 13-year-old institution in the Aegean Islands. The esteemed speakers that preceded us have described a future that is far from optimistic, apart from OECD that does very nice work, and hopefully we start adopting his recommendations, the organization's recommendations. After decades of advancement in fighting poverty, upholding democracy, peace and human rights, combating climate change, we are now in serious decline across the globe in all these fields. Everywhere, the qualitative indicators of human advancements show stagnation or even recession. We are no longer living in the best period of humanity's history. We must be fully aware of this fact, remain vigilant, and start taking action to restore the world's trajectory toward betterment and advancement. In this global polycrisis, Europe, usually the champion of democracy, peace and compassion, is facing its own internal problems, a deepening crisis of trust in democratic institutions. Undemocratic rhetoric, bigotry and borderline fascist narratives are attracting marginalized and alienated groups, the very citizens who are the first to suffer from this crisis. The elites, the aware and European infrastructure have regrettably failed to protect the citizens most in need. We have been concentrating on the big picture, solving climate change, ensuring economic growth and upholding human rights, and in doing so we forgot that the common person cares more about the daily life, the price of bread, milk and gas, than they do about democracy, unfortunately. This is a harsh reality that we must first acknowledge before taking effective action. We have neglected to educate our citizens to understand how the world actually works, how to defend the quality of life, and how to become more resilient. To counter this democratic regression, we must focus on renewing democratic faith, empowering youth, and strategically leveraging civil society amidst rising geopolitical tensions. Youth and civil society are the primary agents for democratic renewal and resilience in Europe. Young people are not just passive voters. They are active citizens standing on the front line of social movements, digital activism, and climate litigation. They demand equality, transparency, and accountability, values the traditional political system often disregards in favor of stability and security. On the other hand, civil society organizations are the cornerstone of the European political system in safeguarding fundamental rights, promoting inclusion, and driving democratic innovation. CSOs are the front runners of change, evolution, and enhancement of our democracies. They are not organized or conforming, but instead foster a unique diversity of opinions, ideas, and practices that will help us adopt the new democratic paradigm. From participatory budgeting to fighting disinformation, CSOs forge the active citizens who will carry the burden of defending democracy. Yet, this very ecosystem at the heart of our democracy is suffering the most. Youth faces an uncertain future, while CSOs are under attack for their views and work in many places across the European Union. Both these facts pose a direct threat to the EU's foundational values and its ultimate resilience. Increasing socioeconomic insecurity, lack of jobs, inequality, and a general mistrust toward the political system push vulnerable groups to look for easier, more straightforward narratives. A single enemy, a black and white approach on an easy explanations offers a safety line for the mental stability of the marginalized. This susceptibility is exploited by political opportunists internally, but also by external factors who fear democracy and progress. Small, local communities outside large urban centers are often much more vulnerable to these narratives. To counter this, we must work not only to treat the symptoms, but also the root causes and drivers of this susceptibility to extremism. Localized solutions. We must understand local communities, empower local CSOs, and promote solutions for the employability of youth and other vulnerable groups in a way that fosters true social cohesion in their places of living. We need to invent alternative narratives. We have to propose solid but simple alternatives to the ones that are streamlined. We must be creative and, above all, inclusive, not just for our usual target groups, but also of the unaware and the unwilling, maybe. And of course, we must aggressively promote digital and media literacy. A well-educated citizen is much more resilient against information manipulation. A digitally educated citizen is more self-reliant, more aware, more confident, and is likely to allow fear and insecurity to drive their actions and decisions. Closing, we must continue supporting the development of our neighboring countries and remain steadfast in our support of local CSOs and youth in partner countries to ensure that democracy will foster and grow roots everywhere. In the long term, need-based and impact-driven development, not an economic quid pro quo, will assist the EU in maintaining its global soft power and moral high ground. The creation of a values-based international community is our ultimate strategic goal. We are no longer the center of the world, but we can still be the beacon of democracy, peace, and freedom, the very standard against which all others are measured. We need to trust the youth, empower the new leaders to be strong and resilient, and ensure they defend the values that brought them to power. We must all stay vigilant towards the threats of tomorrow, known or not yet to be revealed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael. And Mette, I would like to give the floor to you.
Okay, I have a presentation.
Yes.
Is it going to come up?
You want to come here?
Yes. Is it going to show up?
And I have my presentation as well.
Our presentations wouldn't be there.
It's going to be there.
Can somebody load it?
Is the team taking care of it?
There we go. Hi, everybody. My name is Mette Brogdon. I'm a professor of human rights practice at University of Arizona in Tucson, which is right along the U.S.-Mexico border in the southwest area of the United States. And I teach mostly graduate students, and we have students from all over the United States and other areas, including Myanmar, exiled Russians, and people in Russia who are studying with us. Okay, next slide. How do I do that? Somebody's going to do it for me. There we go. Okay, what I'm going to try and cover quickly, and probably much too quickly, is the following. Wicked problems. And can I see a show of hands of people who know that theoretical terminology, wicked problems? Okay, 2 people. Good. All right, so we'll do that. And then we're going to do wicked problems, which are of the evil kind. And then I'm going to talk about what I think are the 4 human rights practitioner questions that are applicable right now for the situation where especially the United States has discontinued USAID. And so a lot of development funding has been lost across the world in projects. I'm going to give 3 short case studies of locally designed and led development. And then I'm going to talk about crises like these as dangerous opportunities. And therefore maybe leading to a changed role for international aid and private philanthropy. Next slide. Okay, maybe. There we go. Thank you. Is somebody helping me over there? Okay, so what is a wicked problem? A wicked problem of the planning kind. This was a concept that was started in 1973 by 2 city planners who were working and realized that they could not get problems actually solved. And so why was that? And so they started thinking about what creates, they started coining the term wicked problems, and then what makes them wicked One thing being that the problems are never completely solved. They can take a long time to evaluate solutions. The solutions are not necessarily right or wrong, but they're probably better or worse. Every solution ramifies through the system, etc. So every wicked problem is connected to other wicked problems, as we have heard this morning. Oftentimes there's no clear definition of the problem. So, and there's multiple stakeholders, all of whom have conflicting agendas. So we have a wicked problem right now. And we have a number of wicked problems, but we will specifically look at the, if I can get this to work, for questions. There we go. So these are the questions I pose to my students when we're looking at an human rights issue. And we go through these in the class. And the first one is, what is this? What's the problem? And so that involves describing the phenomenology of the problem for the various stakeholders, and then what are the systemic and structural issues and things holding that in place. Second question is, how did it come to be like this? This is the history, the deep history of how we've emerged to this point in time with this specific kind of problem. The third question, and the first two questions are what I call the pathogenesis questions, pathogenic questions, what's creating the problem that we are seeing as a human rights problem. The second two questions, or the last two questions, are what I would say the salutogenic questions, and they are, can it be changed? And when I say, can it be changed, is there any evidence that it has been done differently elsewhere or historically with better outcomes? And then the final question is, for our current situation, how can it be changed? These are the salutogenesis questions. Okay. Whoops, back. There we go. So here we are. And the first question is, what is this? And so that is, what is actually the wicked problem that we're facing right now? And so if I had you all write down what it would be, you'd probably have a bunch of different ideas about what it is, but I'm going to call it, it's converging crises that are deepening the challenges that developing countries are facing in the future. And that the current global system is becoming more wicked and more evil and difficult contexts because we're in a difficult context of ongoing wars. We've had a horrible election in the United States that has resulted in massive, very fast changes. And also the Ukrainian and war has affected both Europe and Africa in particular. Another issue is that international development is mostly top-down, which advances the methods and interests of the global north instead of the global south. And the international development system is characterized by structural violence because local ideas are not considered, or even when they're heard, but they're mostly not heard, in my experience. So structural violence is a term coined by the Norwegian sociologist Johan Galtung, and I'm sorry if I'm killing the names here today, from Europe, because I'm not from Europe, although my grandmother is from Denmark. But I don't have the pronunciation, so you can come up afterwards if I've mispronounced something and let me know how to do it better. He coined this term in 1969, and it refers to systemic structures and arrangements that harm a subset of people by preventing them from meeting their needs and wants. Okay, next is... There we go. USAID. Even so, even with these problems, without USAID, we're facing global crisis, since so many programs and aid dollars have been pulled from the most vulnerable in the global south. 83% of the programs from USAID were terminated in March of 2025. That has continued as of August 2025, and it's amounted to 75.9 billion in cuts. Okay, how did it come to be like this? I'm going to race through this because this isn't the main point of my talk, but how did it come to be like this? Colonization's a deep cause of this. Okay, somehow. I have me on now. Okay, unregulated capitalism. It's not that capitalism itself is bad, it's that it's not regulated, especially in the United States, and the deregulation is continuing apace. There's an increasing disparity of wealth in countries of the global north, and also between the global north and the global south. And there's mystification that goes on. So for example, in the United States, this is a good example, there's been a dismantling of the public education system, starting with Reagan. And, but they didn't say that they're dismantling the public education system. They said we're increasing choice with charter schools and so on. But you have to try and get underneath that to see what the effects have been. And the effects have been that now we have No Child Left Behind, so teachers are teaching to the test instead of helping children learn how to learn. And many other things, lots of charter schools, lots of funding coming away from public education. Okay, so now moving on to question number 3. Can it be different? Can it be different? There we go. Whoops, back. Too fast. So I want to talk about 3 local case studies. One is the Cherokee in the United States, which is, they did something to address a deep disadvantage that they had. Another is, and I'm going to kill this name, Paimute Sasara in Greenland, which was addressing multiple crises, including a spate of teen suicides. And WEACT, World Institute of Africa, Culture and Traditions in rural northern Ghana, which is addressing the slow disaster of colonialism. And we have the CEO of WEACT sitting on the stage with us today, so he'll say more about this. Okay, next. So the case study of the Cherokee in the United States. The Cherokee were the tribe that were marched from their homelands in eastern the United States to Oklahoma in what's called the Trail of Tears, and many people lost their lives in that situation. Their problem was in this one community, none of the houses had any access to water. The only water in the town was from a spigot at the local school. And so a leader, Wilma Mankiller, who later became the first woman principal chief of the Cherokee Nation, developed a program where people decided to build their own trenches, dug their own trenches 16 miles worth, and laid the pipe and got water into their communities and then into the houses. So it made a huge difference to lives. It was all done locally with local volunteerism. And the extended impact of it was that the tribe learned, and tribes in the United States learned that they could do things on their own. Next one is a case study from Greenland, which was reported by Peter Berliner, who's a Danish social psychologist. Does anybody know him? Anybody? I've lost track of him, but he used to give talks in my classes. And they had a spate of teen suicides, high rates of crime, an influx of populations from other areas of the country, and it was causing a lot of difficulty, and also an ethic of stoicism, where people would not talk about their problems. So they developed a whole bunch of different kinds of interventions and activities that the community could do together with almost no funding. And they started to get a big decrease in crime and teen suicides and so on within a 2-year period. One of the things that they did was pull 10 families together, and they would go out into the surrounding environment and learn how to do fishing and hunting from experts in the local communities. So the resolution was to do shared activities and develop social networks. That's a picture of Peter. Good person. Next one is WEACT. And the CEO of WEACT is sitting on the stage with you, and also is the person on the right side of the picture. That's Rashid Idrisu. The problem there is the slow disaster of colonialism meant that traditions and natural heritage are being greatly degrading. And also, there's been phonetic drift, which causes semantic drift in language. So a lot of the traditions and songs and so on are being misinterpreted because of the phonetic drift. And so this is a picture of Rashid sitting with the esteemed elder who taught him from 3 o'clock in the morning until sunrise about the different ways that the language had been changed. And the solutions that WEACT has developed to some of these issues of kids attending Eurocentric schools, and so they didn't learn about their own culture, and so on, was to create native tree nurseries, do language documentation training, and helped young people learn how to record elders speaking their language, and so on. Next question. So, the case study lessons. They are all these cases show locally led solutions by people who were experiencing the problems and in order to meet their felt needs. Lots of accomplishments without major international development funding, with small grants and local volunteering. And it required deep thinking by leaders who were developing the vision and deep listening by helpers from outside of the community who got involved with these things. Whoops, I have to learn not to, there we go. So I just want to say something about resilience. It's not an individual trait. It requires the ability to navigate to resources for resilience. So the environment and context has to have resources for them to be able to navigate to that people can use to resiliate. From slow disasters, from deep disadvantage, and from emergent crises. The place-based context resources include collectives, and that's civil society, CSOs, NGOs, local governments, and natural and cultural heritage. And the funding resources they start out being self-funded. And then philanthropic organizations also provide funding, and that's private funding. But it's also according to the interests of the philanthropic organization, not the locals necessarily. Mm-hmm. And then government's development aid, same problem. So we're without USAID. It's a crisis, and it's also a dangerous opportunity. And I just want to throw this slide up because it's an analysis of that you have to work at multiple levels of the system for development. And what I'm talking about today is the three ones on the bottom: individual psychology, the social role and identity, and local communities. This was developed to look at post-war interventions and what they're after, but you could do it for development. You could do it for all kinds of things that have the trait of being wicked problems. Okay, next. So, how could it be different? It usually requires launching numerous salutagens at the same time, which looks messy to funders. And you have to really make the relationship with funders and explain to them that one little intervention is not going to deal with the whole wicked issue. You have to do a whole bunch of different things. It doesn't meet the international development standard of we have to have great outcomes in 3 years, as other people have talked about. You have to listen to locals and support them from the bottom up. You have to rethink philanthropy based on the favorite ideas of the philanthropists. And you have to rethink international development so that a significant proportion is locally conceived. Last one. And I will leave you with that thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I will take the podium. Yes. Hello, everyone. Good evening, everyone. I'm Mahmoud Azzat, Director of the Center for Strategic Studies at Bibliotheca Alexandrina. If you don't know, Bibliotheca Alexandrina is not only a library, the Library of Alexandria. It's a cultural complex contained 42 departments, and my Center for Strategic Studies is one of these departments, specialized in political issues and strategic issues in the region and the worldwide. So what I will talk to you about, it's the result of a policy paper prepared by the Center for Strategic Studies researchers about the climate and geopolitics and the regional stability. So, Excellencies, distinguished guests, dear colleagues and ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to address this important conference at a time when the Middle East and North Africa region is standing at the intersection of two accelerating crises: climate stress and geopolitical instability. My remarks today will focus on three closely linked dimensions: the impact of climate change on water scarcity and conflict risks, the reshaping of the humanitarian access under geopolitical tensions, and the role of development cooperation in supporting stability and governance under these compounded pressures. Let me begin with a clear statement. Climate change in the MENA region is no longer a distant environmental problem. It's a direct driver of insecurity, displacement, social unrest, and geopolitical tensions. First, we'll talk about the climate change, water scarcity, and the risk of conflicts. The MENA region is today the most water scarce region in the world. Over 60% of its population already lives under conditions of high or very high water stress. Climate change is accelerating this reality through rising temperatures, declining rainfall, sea level rise, and extreme weather events such as droughts and floods. But water scarcity here is not a technical or environmental challenge. It's a deeply geopolitical issue. We see this clearly in, number one, the Nile Basin and the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam. Number two, the Tigris Euphrates between Turkey, Syria, and Iraq, the Jordan River Basin, and the fragile aquifers across North Africa and the Gulf. In these contexts, climate stress multiplies existing political disputes, weak governance, and fragile state capacities. What was once manageable competition over resource become a source of existential anxiety for states and communities alike. This leads to a critical question: what regional cooperation models do we need to reduce conflict risks and ensure sustainable development? I believe three cooperation models are essential. Number one, the basin-level water governance framework. This should include joint data sharing on hydrology and climate projection, coordinated dam operations during drought and flooding, dispute resolution mechanism grounded in the international water law. And without technical transparency and political trust, water will remain a latent conflict trigger. Number two, the climate security platforms at the regional level. Regional organizations, whether the Arab League, African Union, or sub-regional groupings, must move climate security from the margins to the core of their agendas. Climate risks must be integrated into early warning systems, conflict prevention strategies, and cross-border disaster response coordination. And number three is the regional investment in water energy-focused nexus solutions. The second point is geopolitics and the reshaping of the humanitarian access. Let me turn to the second issue: how we have regional geopolitical tensions reshaped humanitarian access and the protection of the population. Across our region, whether in Gaza, Sudan, Syria, Yemen, Libya, or parts of Iraq, humanitarian crises are no longer only the result of natural disasters or internal conflicts. They are now deeply shaped by the proxy wars, sanctions on some regimes, blockade and border closures, and politicization of aid and fragmentation of state authority. To respond to this, I would emphasize three priorities. The number one is depoliticizing, sorry for my English because I'm Francophone, depoliticizing humanitarian access, and linking climate adaptation with humanitarian action, and strengthening national and local protection systems. The third axis of this policy paper is the role of development, cooperation, and stability and governance. This brings me to the third and perhaps most strategic question: what role should development cooperation play in supporting stability and governance in regions facing both environmental and political crises? Let me be very direct. Development cooperation today is no longer only about growth. It's about crisis prevention, state resilience, and social coexistence. In fragile and climate-stressed environments, traditional development models based solely on infrastructure or GDP growth. And these all are insufficient. What's needed is new generations of development cooperation built around three pillars: the climate-responsive governance, the social protection as a stabilization tool, and the regional public goods and cross-border cooperations. Allow me to summarize my key strategic message in one sentence. In the MENA region, climate change, geopolitics, humanitarian access, and development cooperation are no longer separate policy files. They now form a single interconnected security development nexus. If we address one without the others, we will fail. Right. Let me offer finally 5 practical recommendations for policymakers, donors, and regional institutions. Number 1, institutionalize climate security dialogues between water ministries and defense institutions and foreign affairs at the regional level. The protect of the humanitarian space through binding regional agreements that guarantee access irrespective of political disputes. Reorient development finance towards climate adaptation, fragile state governance, and cross-border resilience. Invest in youth and green jobs, especially in climate-affected rural and coastal zones, to prevent new cycle of instability. And number 5, anchor cooperation in knowledge and research through regional think tanks, universities, and data sharing platforms, an area where institutions like the Bibliotheca Alexandrina, for example, can play a catalytic role. Ladies and gentlemen, environmental stress is becoming one of the most powerful geopolitical forces of the 21st century, especially in the Middle East and North Africa. If managed through cooperation, it can become a driver of integration, shared resilience, and sustainable development. If ignored or politicized, it will become a multi-pillar of conflict, displacement, and state fragility. The choice before us is therefore not only technical or financial, it's profoundly political and strategic. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
And now, Rashid.
Yeah, excuse me. Let me see if I can. Yeah, I have my PowerPoint presentation, and I think I can watch it here whilst talking.
You want to talk here?
No, because, if I can have the screen, if it is there. Ah, okay. Yeah, all right. Technology. Yeah, but I wish technology can take the poverty away. Yeah. All right, my name is Rashid from Ghana, but basically I live in Barcelona, and I migrated from Ghana to Barcelona. That took me 2.5 years to go there. And arriving to Barcelona, I realized my perspective about Europe was not what I found reality, so I have to change my mission and try to work towards development in my area. Yeah. So let me see the technology. Okay. So I'm going to focus on reflections, on the climate change and education, because there were options given from the the program, and I'm choosing this one to be my reflections. Yeah, climate change and education and impact on the world, because our planet is a shared planet, and what's happening in one part of the planet is affecting the rest of the world. Yeah. So that is why I try to present this game. This is a game that we used to play, and our parents, oh, it has gone. Yeah, sorry. Okay, so we used to play this game, right? And that game, of course, I never knew that it was talking about how the elements of the planet are very working together. So this is a game that we play when we're kids, our parents teach us, and each of the stones represent an element of the planet. And we play the game by passing the stones to one another with a rhythm, and that rhythm makes the game flow. And so if somebody distracts, moving his or her stone, then it distracts the movement of the game. That is meaning that if we distract one part of the element of the planet, meaning we are affecting the entire element. And this is how we play it. And then, so you have a stone, everybody have a stone representing an element of the world. And then we sing a rhythm representing the universal energy. So when we are all careful and take care, so our planet is going to be what we want. So I've put in this word, I know it's a strange word, which is ancestral wisdom technology. I'm talking about what? Ancestral wisdom and words and technology. So when we talk about technology, I think sometimes we don't often think that African have technology. And this is what I want to show, that African have technology that was appropriate to the locale until we begin to adopt new technology that was not appropriate for the people, and it's causing a problem for us as well. Yeah, so, and I'm trying to show the technology that African we have before. Yeah, so the ability, to domesticate wild seeds and make them like a native one is a technology. And way of taking our natural fruits and transitioning them into oil is also technology, because we've taken the shea nut and we bring into oil, and that oil was used for gas and then burning and then lightening. So this is technology. If we still keeping the development, then we will actually be advanced. So, and moving into indigenous, education, yeah. So what I found that our system of education is completely different. There is a knowledge extracted from our elders. And so the system of education that we have in our school today is Europe-centric system, and that is disconnecting the youth from their locales. So what my organization is doing is trying to investigate from the elders to document their information and see how we can incorporate this information into our educational system, so that the generation can have new opportunities to be able to be in their local. Yeah, so indigenous technology is something that is being sharing, yeah, from the elders to the younger generations, so that they invest into the younger generations by teaching and then telling them the story about the right of the place. And if you look at the picture, you would see that there is an old man that is taking care of the small girl, and the father of the small girl that is around in the picture. So for us, education, the elders have wisdom because they have lived a long period of time, and then they have information that the younger generation cannot have. That is why our elders are like the Google where we can get information from. And they are responsible in taking care of the younger generation, not the biological parents themselves. So looking at, I've realized that, okay, when we talk of poverty, normally it's always been focusing outside the global South, and Africa is part of the global South. But in reality, Africa is not, it's not a poor continent, but the people are what really poor. Meaning there is something that is what happening that we still need to identify, which I think is what Africa, we are losing the cultural heritage. That is why the poverty is rising in Africa. Not valuing what we have and then moving towards only the system of Europe education after colonization does not make Africa to grow forward. Yeah. And this is what I think we can. So the language is very important because the language of Africa is being substituted the language of European countries. And for that matter, you can't deeply find the scientists and technology with a new language that is coming to you, but from your indigenous language, you can also build your technology and advance the development you want. So, and this is why I've listed all these things as challenges that we need to look at them in Africa before we can talk of competition. It's not moving. Yeah, so we must reconnect our existing realities because sometimes we try to talk about development without making analysis from our existing reality that we have, and we need to understand our existing realities and what is actually needed from the place. Yeah. So yeah, this connection, what we are facing in Africa, and it is becoming a global issue, is the disconnection because we are actually disconnected from our realities. And we are looking for solutions from other places that we already have solutions, that we are abandoning them here. So, and colonization, introduced educational system, with no regards to the cultural heritage of the people. And this is also a factor that when we talking about taking technology or development, then we have to take note of this thing from Europe, that we have to support the local-based educational system and empower them, not only changing the system of Africa. Yeah. So as a result of the introducing a new educational system, then it causes problem for the people, and then they cannot actually live where they are while they have abundant resources that can already be sustained by themselves. So in summary, misbalancing our mindset, adopting and pursuing development and technology from Western perspective without regards to its practical, impact method. So it's also bringing problem to us. And I would show an example, what is the impact of what, moving away from your existing reality and adopting realities that is not prepared, it causes migration. And that is why we are migrating from the global south to the global north. Yeah. And these are pictures I've taken in Barcelona. So this is how my migration came about, and this is how my life in Barcelona was before I started developing to work with WIAT in my local and see what I can bring into development. Yeah. So yeah, local places. So this is a picture from Ghana because we were pursuing technology with the ICT system without having the infrastructure that prepared, that technology, and it causes different problem for us. So Ghana become like the world e-waste, where we don't know how to resolve that. Yeah, so global consumption is driving, disaster, pollution and health hazard, plastic and electro-domestic crisis. Local communities are not ready, to receive this new technology. So inability to regulate, no infrastructure, and no support. So when we advance in technology, we should actually have a practical from the ground to see if this technology can really develop the people. Yeah. And so, example in my country, it has become a problem for us because we can't control the recycle. Yeah. So, yeah, Africa can benefit from technology, but it should be practically applied and used to meet the needs of the local community. Example, of course, the solar system is good, and then people need to have energy they need light, but it has to apply it in a proper way. So installing the panel, in that structure, I don't think that technology is applied in the best way. And this is a song that I really excavated from the old men, which we think they cannot read and write. For that matter, they don't have knowledge. And this is a national anthem from my people that we used to sing, but I never get connected with what the song was telling me until I met the old man. And I also begin to transmit that information that I've excavated from the old man to the new generation. And I have the English translation. Actually, we called the ground we are sitting as what Kisawole, and Kisawole simply translated literally as what? Suspended in space. And the song said, Kisawole, Anyawako, meaning the suspended in space belong to us. So it's talking about the planet. And they said it is the only hope we have. And naturally, the planet is the only hope we have as people. And we must consistently take good care of it. The time has come for us to observe and repair it. And it is talking about, the planet. So when any unfamiliar, things arrive, we should not deeply embrace it. So when we do, it's going to scar each and every one of us. And the song was actually telling that we should all strive our best to be able to take care of it. So we were singing it as kids, but I never get connected until the old men were able to give me the proper interpretation of the song. And we used to sing it. So Africa and the future world, depends on, that is my observation, as an African person, So ancestral wisdom, elders hold this information because there are information that is not documented and can be studied from the school. Therefore, we as an African generation, we have no access to them. And the information that is hidden are with the elders. That is why I make the picture with the elder telling the story to the younger generation. So elders, are our Google, our library of information, because they possess the wisdom, and you can Google and then find that information. And that information is needed for generations to be able to stabilize ourselves in local. Before colonization arrived to Africa, the people were able to govern themselves and be stabilized and do what they think is good for them until that chain was being broken up, and it distracts the attention of the youth. So for us, going back and getting information from the local and prepare materials that can be taught in the future will help Africa to stabilize, and that will not bring also problem to Europe. So unlike Western universities, education, diploma, is not given freely and is without cultural context. So when we talk of education, I think we have to take note of that. And I think this is, the end of my presentation. And then these are the two organizations that I've founded. I founded the Cultural, Environmental, and Human Development Association after when I got to Barcelona and I realized my dreams weren't true before I got there. So I have to establish that organization. And later I set up the World Institute of African Culture and Tradition with objective to excavate the truth from elders who have not been to school and possesses wisdom, and see how can that wisdom be documented and passed as a study material in the schools. And we are doing that by documenting the trees, animals, plant, the medicinal purpose, the food system, the ancestral recipes, to be sure that that information is being preserved. Thank you. So, yeah.
Thank you, Rashid.
You're
And,
welcome.
Last but not least, we have Madara.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. May I ask for presentation?
Okay, while we wait presentation, dear colleagues, thank you for the invitation and for the chance to bring a very concrete story from Latvia to this discussion on global challenges, democracy, security, and human rights. I represent Marta Center. It's Latvia's leading civil society organization working with women, children, and families affected by gender-based violence and domestic violence in Latvia. We also work in Ukraine. We even have branch there since this year. And we also work with development cooperation countries, mostly Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan. Okay, thank you. Okay, and today I will use one treaty, the Istanbul Convention, as a lens to talk about democratic resilience, disinformation, and the kind of public mobilization many of us did not expect to see again in our region since regaining independence. May I ask the audience, how many of you have heard the Istanbul Convention? Perfect. And if we remove hands of Latvians, because if you are Latvian, it's impossible to don't be aware of this. Okay, perfect. Thank you. A lot of you, and a lot of us know it.
Actually, we heard through the Latvians.
Through the Latvians, perfect. So this is the issue which is in public and policy agenda in the last 2 months in Latvia. So. What the Istanbul Convention actually does. Let's start with that the name Istanbul Convention is just because of ease of communication. The document does not have to do anything with the Istanbul. It just was signed and agreed upon there. Actually, it's Council of Europe Convention on Preventing and Combating Violence Against Women. And domestic violence. It asks states to do 4 things. It's like 4 big P's. Prevent violence, protect victims, prosecute perpetrators, and policies. Build integrated policies across institutions. Our country ratified the convention on 2023, nearly 2 years ago. And it entered into force for us on May 2024. So we have 1.5 years of practical living with this international treaty. And from that moment, it became a real driver for legal reforms and policy change that had been postponed for years. As far as Marta is working already 1/4 century, for 25 years, so this is one of the big issues Marta is working with, and in just a short time, in this 1.5 years, we have seen more progress than in the previous decade. The next, key reforms in Latvia after the ratification of this convention. Let me briefly summarize what was changed in Latvia since ratification and why we are so worried about going backwards. So first thing was stronger criminal protection against stalking, threats, and breaches of protection orders for victims of violence. Then crisis apartments were introduced and expanded rehabilitation services. Criminalization of emotional and psychological violence was brought into force. Ending fines and community work for domestic violence was finished, as fines usually don't work. They usually work against the violence victims. If your family are in strain and your family, even if it's your husband, receives fines, so it goes away from family budget. So actually it's counter-directional measure to find the perpetrators. So also electronic monitoring for high-risk perpetrators were introduced. And then finally, a national plan on violence against women and domestic violence were made for 2024-2029. And sexual harassment recognized in administrative law. And these achievements matter because they translate into something very simple. In women and children who can sleep safely at night, and professionals who finally have better tools to protect these women and children, and also sometimes men who are victims of violence. Despite these this political backlash, yes. And despite this progress, on October 13, our parliament voted after 13 hours of unending debates to withdraw from the Istanbul Convention, with 556 MPs in favor and 32 against. The initiative came from a right-wing populist party and was supported by several conservative and populist forces, including one of the governing coalition parties that had previously voted for ratification. The arguments used in these debates were devoid of logic and factuality. Unfortunately, they could sound familiar to many of you, as they are not exclusive for Latvia. They are heard in other countries, and not just in Russia, but also in other European countries, which are sometimes on the risks of becoming authoritarian. Claims that the convention introduces a dangerous gender ideology, that it somehow forces countries to recognize same-sex marriage, that it interferes with traditional family values and children's education. Despite the fact that Council of Europe has repeatedly clarified that the Convention does not create new standards on gender identity or sexual orientation, and it does not require recognition of same-sex couples, and the term gender is used to describe that part of man and woman which is socially constructed, not biologically determined. So it does not replace the words woman and man, and they are not going to introduce third, fourth, or 15th gender. And the aim is simply to prevent and combat violence, not to regulate family structures and change traditional norms. And these myths are really not unique in Latvia. They are part of a broader European and global backlash against gender equality and human rights, where disinformation and moral panic, actually it was moral panic, are used to mobilize not just society, let's be clear, to mobilize voters, because society is one thing, but the only thing the parties, this party specifically cares is just to mobilize voters. October protests in Latvia. So October now will be Civic Mobilization Month in Latvia, because we started in the end of September, this issue surfaced. And then it was also about growing public mobilization throughout October, which culminating in November. In October 2nd, it was first protest at the Saeima. Shortly after Parliament moved the withdrawal bill forward, several hundred people gathered in front of the Saeima in Riga to protest against leaving the convention. And civil society organizations, including the Marta Center, called on MPs to respect Latvia's international human rights commitments and to reject the withdrawal. And at this part, please let me retour shortly, because if I would come from Spain or from America, I thought, okay, several hundred people around Saeima, it's nothing special. But, you know, we are distant, cold northern nation. We don't go to protests. It's just a fact. We explain our opinion near the dinner tables or in family parties with a wine glass. We don't go to protests. Yes, we are sometimes not agreeant with politics, but we don't go to protests. And if normal protest near the parliament is between 10-50 people, and it's very nice protest. So several hundred was already, we were happy. We have a support. So these are the first, this is ordinary protest, which is very big for Latvia. The next protest was October 8th. It was second protest. It was slightly before Foreign Affairs Committee meeting, when they started examining the withdrawal bill, and another protest took place in front of Parliament that day. Again, accordingly to media reports, few hundred people joined this second peaceful action, again urging MPs to keep Latvia in the convention. This is our second, we had like silent installations showing the violence victims, which are at the modified family dinner table with the blood and broken dishes, and ladies with duct tapes on their mouths. So these were like ordinary protests, and the next big step was, despite all these activities, on October 29, the day before the final vote, around 5,000 people gathered outside the Sejm, despite the bad weather. Actually, this was one of the largest demonstrations in recent years. People came not only from Riga, but from regions across Latvia. The message was quite clear: do not turn your back on victims of violence. And the second message was, do not isolate Latvia from Europe, from European values, and do not fall on, let's say, Russian ideology. This is the third protest. As you can see, normal pictures anymore don't work here. This is a photo from police drones. The police approximation was 5,000 people, but this is not the peak moment, because people being there said, yes, but there were also more people around that or this building, so it could be even more than 5,000 there people. This was huge for Latvia. But this, sorry? This was actually not the end of that. On 30 October, Parliament still voted to withdraw, but the story didn't end there. A petition launched the next day calling on the President, Edgar Rinkēvičs, to stop the withdrawal, quickly collected more than 66,000 signatures, and it was the largest public petition in Latvia's history. On November 3, the President used all the tools available to him and set the law back to Parliament, warning about the consequences for Latvia's international reputation and security. On November 5, Parliament forwarded accordingly to President appealed not to take decision during this Parliament, as this Parliament has ratified the Convention, and to postpone it to the next Parliament. So on November 5, following the President's appeal, Parliament forwarded the law to the Foreign Affairs Committee for reconsideration and set deadline for amendments as November 1st, 2026. So effectively freezing the process until after the next elections. So for now, we remain in the convention, but in a very fragile situation. And this was the next protest was on 6 November still, because it was not decision. The law was just put in the drawer. On 6 November, something completely extraordinary happened for Latvia. In Riga, more than 10,000 people filled the central Dome Cathedral Square to protest against the withdrawal and to demand the Latvia stay in the convention. It was described as the largest mobilization of Latvian civil society since the 1990s and since the restoration of independence. And the protests were quite massive, and again, we can't see all the small streets which were filled. You can't get to the center of the protest. We organized it. We were not aware. We knew that there will be quite a lot of participants. We were not aware that they will be so much. And it was not just in Riga. At the same time, protests took place beyond Riga. In Liepāja, around 600 people, which is huge for for regional city. In Cēsis, about 270. In Daugavpils, which is mostly Russian-speaking, which is second largest city, but where progressive mobilization is often very, very difficult. In addition to that, there were also organized solidarity protests in at least 15 European cities, plus the United States and Canada at the same time. Around 200 people in London and in Brussels, in Paris, in Hague, Stockholm, Vienna, Madrid, Athens, Berlin, Oslo, Helsinki, Tallinn, Tartu, Vilnius, Washington, New York, and Toronto. Several hundred diaspora Latvians and local supporters took part. And for many, this was not just about treaty. It was about what kind of country Latvia wants to be: a reliable European partner that protects human rights, or a country where disinformation and populist politics win over survivors of violence. And this is my final thoughts. Why this matters? Why this matters not just for Latvia, why this matters for global challenges, including Estonia and other countries. What does it have to do with global challenges? I would highlight 3 points. That the first thing, this is the thing we work with in development cooperation countries, that violence against women is a human security issue. It's not just internal issue. It's usually a human security issue, and the societies where this violence is high is more unstable than other societies. Unfortunately, Latvia currently has one of the highest femicide rates in Europe. And when a state weakens legal protections against domestic violence, it's not just a social issue. It is a matter of internal security, of public health, of economic productivity, and demographic sustainability. It's also a question of whether we take our international human rights commitments seriously. And second, the Istanbul Convention has become a test of democratic resilience, which is very important. And in our case, it showed that our democracy is quite resilient. The debates in Latvia show how easily an instrument designed to protect victims can be turned into a culture war symbol if there is no opposition and no strong civil society organizations. We saw coordinated disinformation about this gender ideology and narratives amplified by actors who are also aligned with direct anti-EU and pro-Kremlin messaging. And actually attempts to redefine human rights protection as a threat to tradition and to traditional families. And actually this, again, unfortunately, is not unique to Latvia. Similar arguments were used in Bulgaria, sometimes in Poland, Slovakia, and beyond. And for Estonia and other countries, this is a reminder that ratifying a treaty or reaching a stable democracy is not the end of the story. Implementation and the further sustaining it can become a battlefield where democracies are tested. And the third thing is that global cooperation and solidarity in civil society make real difference. In our case, diplomatic statements from European partners, the reaction of international media and investors, and the solidarity of civil society organizations help to frame this not just as a domestic debate, but as a European and global concern. And most importantly, the most powerful signal came from ordinary people and from civil society organizations. And civil society organizations are the ones who made this protest possible, and who were main reason why politicians listened to us. Okay, and then like shared responsibility. The Istanbul Convention is not just about ideology. It's about very practical tools: emergency housing, restraining orders that work, specialized police training, and laws that finally name psychological violence and sexual harassment for what they are. The second thing, that backsliding is possible everywhere, so strong democracies are very, very important. And our experience shows that even after ratification, progress can be reversed under pressure from disinformation, populism, and extremist narratives. And the price is paid by victims of violence. And the third lesson is that citizens and civil society organizations are powerful. And in 1 month, tens of thousands signed a petition, tens of thousands took to the streets, and Latvians around the world organized peaceful, determined protests. And this mobilization has already slowed down the withdrawal process and kept the conversation about human rights at the center of politics. And if we talk about, for us in the Marta Center, it's not just about left or right, conservative or liberal politics and populism or disinformation. It's our everyday work. It's about whether every woman and every child has the right to live free from violence. And my hope is that Estonia, Latvia, and all our partners will continue to stand together for that simple fundamental principle in our laws, in our budgets, and in our streets when necessary. Thank you.
Thank you all for your presentations. In the beginning, I thought we're going to have like lots of time for discussion, but as you can see, we don't. We have like few more minutes. Do we have microphone ready for like really quick question from the audience? Okay, I don't see the microphone, so I'm gonna ask question myself. So during these presentations, we have seen like, we know that we have problems, but we also have solutions, we have recommendations, we know what to do. Why we're not doing it? Like what prevents from like implementing it? Is it only money or is it like something else?
For my personal view, the problem usually is ownership. Ownership of the process of the solution to be adapted and to be adjusted in the localities and the local realities that we need when we are approaching. So like Latvia, it's a small country. It has the reaction to this, the revoking of the convention spread across the country through CSOs. It was a local, it was really a local owned effort that had also spilled over outside Latvia. This is also the Ghana problems. It's locally the solutions. Also matter to speak about locality. So in order the local effort to be successful, it has to be owned by the local people. It has to be from the bottoms up and not imposed from bureaucrats from Brussels or otherwise. That's my perspective.
I just ask you to be really brief because we are soon out of time.
Well, so what I can also contribute to what he's saying. Yeah, one of the principal, philosophy of my organization is local based because we really believe and convinced that sustainable development based on what the local people know and have around them. So we build from them. Looking at, I don't know how much money, if there is a figure that has been thrown into Africa for development and cooperation that hasn't changed anything. Because sometime my country will be speaking that we went for loan about $70 million, while we have a population of about $24 million, meaning when we are even sharing $1 million for each individual, we should everyone have $1 million. So we don't really understand what the development, what is cooperation, and then how everything is because we don't really understand the local needs of the people. That is why we are having challenges in developing advance, I think.
I think also that the international development players and governments can't identify, do not know how to identify local leaders and don't know how to identify what would be good solutions. And so when you try and get them to come together, they don't come together. One favorite thing is to identify CSO, local CSO, and then give them all the funding and then have them do. But they don't know what CSO to identify. And then that CSO starts imitating, oh, we're going to go do trainings and all these kinds of things. And so the actual practical solutions don't come out. So I think there's this disconnect between how do you identify who's positioned at the local level to be able to move things. And there are people, there's very smart people at the local level almost everywhere that I have ever been. So you have to spend time and you have to be willing to talk to people and overcome this problem. And I'm not sure the best way of overcoming it. If anybody has any solutions, we should hear them.
Anyone from the panelists has some final thoughts?
For me, I find that the most important thing is cooperation, locally and internationally, and with development cooperation, and like real researching the local situation and listening to the local experts or NGOs, and not imposing the lessons which work in one country, trying to be implemented in some other countries. Basically communication and cooperation.
Thank you, and Ayşegül.
Thank you very much. So yeah, there were a wide range of issues addressed in this panel, and these are undeniably complex and interconnected challenges, and the presentations were excellent in showing how civil society is responding in resilient and innovative ways. And I think one of the overarching message that came through from all speakers is the centrality of local knowledge, local leadership, and local ownership, and how local-led development can be a solution to these challenges. And in the DAC recommendation that I spoke briefly to, many provisions directly speak to the value it brings. And I mention this because the recommendation is not only a tool for providers, but it's also a strategic advocacy tool for CSOs. And your question was, when we have these tools, why the change takes time? And it's because I think we are trying to address decades of historical, cultural, institutional power imbalances, and it takes time and it takes resilience. But today, hearing everyone in the room, I'm leaving again with hope. So thank you very much for this panel.
Thank you. We had one remark from the audience. Maybe you can come here because I don't know where the microphone is. But really quick, we're out of time.
Thank you very much. It was a very good presentation from all the panelists. Actually, I would like to make a comment regarding a crisis in the world that was not touched in this panel. It is the crisis that the women and the girls in Afghanistan are facing. You know that when the Taliban start banning the Afghanistan women from going to public works and ban the Afghanistan girls from going to school, they started resistance against this Taliban. And they started protest. But the Taliban took them out and put them in the prison. And you see that many of the women have been tortured in the Taliban prison. And those who just released after was put like for 6 months, for 1 year, they shared horrible experiences in the Taliban prison. They have been tortured. They have been sexually abused there in the Taliban prisoners. So unfortunately, even the local policies or the local ownership sometimes does not work because there are the systems that they are fundamentally excluding the women and also the minority group. For example, in the case of our community, I'm coming from the Hazara community of Afghanistan, and I have like an association in Finland, Suomen Hazareiden Kulttuuriyhdistys, or the Hazara Culture House. And our communities are persecuting there in Afghanistan because of their ethnicity, because of their race. And this is something that we could not change it because like we have been born as a Hazaras. And we are now, Taliban and the other extremist groups are persecuting and systematically targeting our communities because of our ethnicity. So this is something that we could not do in the local level. It is need some international accountability. It is need some international pressure on the Taliban and the system that they should remain accountable to the international law, to the international regulations. That is, unfortunately, we could not see that in the case of Afghanistan after Taliban came back in the power. Even the United Nations, unfortunately, where I have worked for 15 years. I have worked like 15 years with the United Nations in Afghanistan. But now, when the Taliban start talking with the UN that your female staff should not come to the office, United Nations did not show any serious reaction to that, and even tried to make some compromise on the very, very basic principle of the United Nations. This is something that unfortunately happened in the case of Afghanistan, and we hope that the voice of the Afghanistan woman and the voice of Afghanistan girl has to be heard on the international level. Because, you know, they are deprived from very, very fundamental and basic rights in Afghanistan. And the right to go to the school, you know. I can share you the story of my daughter classmate. My daughter, this one, my daughter classmate was thinking to become like a doctor. But when the Taliban came, she had not chance to go to university, and then she forcefully got to go and get married. And now she got a daughter. And she is talking with my daughter. And when she is talking and speaking about their shared dreams, she's crying. Who can imagine it? You know, a girl cannot go to school because of her gender. This is something that we need to share it. We need to just send this message on the international stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and let's make some big applause to our panelists. No. We really don't have time, but I encourage you, like, you can later use coffee break or any other moment that we have time. But yeah, thank you all again, and let's make some big applause now.
Well, thank you very much, Trin. Thank you for the moderation. And also, again, great word of appreciation to all of our panelists. And of course, as it was the case this morning, you still have the possibility of expressing your thoughts. If you have questions to ask them, that would be through the same format, which is 5 working groups. You have half an hour to discuss the same issue, and then we go through the same drill as we did this morning for the previous panel. And then after that, we move into the coffee break, where you again will have the possibility of asking maybe direct questions to one of the panelists that you may probably did not have the opportunity to ask. So let us split now. I think we can just proceed the same way we did this morning. And you go ahead and bring all your groups together and discuss the issue so we can profit from your thoughts afterwards.
One. Yes. Okay. Yes, it works.
You can use it. Yeah, it's working. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's about time. So let's see what you have discussed and what are the conclusions that you have reached. So let's start with your group.
Okay, thank you. Okay, 1 minute only. I got the warning. Does anyone hear me? Yeah. So I'm going to summarize what we discussed. At least I will try. Yeah, like... what? Yeah, you guessed it right. It was 3 points. Anyway, so some of the solutions can be related to the topics. We concluded that education of the youth and information on the politics especially, would empower them and will lead to involvement of the youth in political processes. The second point, we concluded that clear and simpler information should be provided for the people and for the youth especially, away from technicalities in the Istanbul Convention and everything else concerning every decision that should be made. And the last but not the least point is in the schools or in the society, it's like a suggestion. We could teach our youth and ourselves to critical thinking and gratefulness. Thank you very much.
Well, we started out on the adaptability and flexibility of tools and methods of mediation and aid, and we somehow managed to pull that discussion through to colonialism, post-colonialism, and the impact of the transition on post-colonial countries. We don't have a conclusion, but we had a lot of fruitful points, and there was, I believe, even contention happening, which is great. That's what you want, that's what you need in a working group. You need contention to create results.
Okay. Do you have another group here? Do we have another group here? Yes. Okay.
For our group, the best solutions or the general solutions to not politicizing the issue concerning the water crisis and climate change, to not politicizing the cooperation between even regional organization or between countries. So we can institutionalize a climate security dialogue between the water ministries, defense institutions, and the regional, on the regional level, and to include also a vital role for the civil society for data sharing and initiatives to overcome the politicizing of the recommendations of for this issue. Also, the research and the think tanks and universities' role for data sharing platforms, an area where institutions should play a vital role in this issue. This is okay.
Hello, everyone. You're listening, especially the coffee people. Nobody's listening. Okay, yeah, I'll talk to you then. I'll talk to you. Oh, he's listening. Okay, good. Okay, so what we discussed was, in particular, the first presentation around civil society organizations. And the lady that she mentioned how they're going to have a roadmap with 5 different pillars and how they're going to tell the CSOs what to do and how to get them better. And I thought to myself, actually, as a group, we decided it's not just about the civil society organizations, it's about the donors as well. The donors need to make a difference as well. So if they, want us to be a successful civil society, they need to make sure that they put context-specific ideas forward. So it can't just be that, we want you to do X and we want you to do Y, but how are you going to make that happen? So it needs to be a two-way conversation, both donor and civil society. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, last part of this evening. Please take a seat, enjoy, and have fun. There is a first, second, and third, and fourth round. Please Those who will get those places will get a present from us.
All right. You have heard Vasily, and I think we need to start so that we remain very close to our schedule. Alrighty. But I still hope that you had the opportunity in the coffee break to continue the conversation, because they are very important part of this gathering, that you get the opportunity to speak to people directly, ask questions, raise issues, present recommendations and ideas. That is part of the whole game. Anyway, so let us now move to our second panel of the afternoon. And this panel will provide participants and will discuss other aspects of this issue, particularly as we are witnessing today a lot of difficulties in terms of international crises, international tensions, a big power sort of like competition in many parts of the world, and I think this is impacting cooperation and the development assistance in general terms. So I have the pleasure of calling on my good friend Stefanos Valianatos, who would moderate this panel, and he will be calling on his panelists. Stefanos?
Thanks.
Can you have a seat here?
Yeah, probably. Thanks.
Sure. You have your microphone.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hi, everyone. Are we good? Are you sure? Can I see some smiling faces? Any songs? I know that. Okay, so if it's the last panel, the question is how do we make it more exciting? And this is a challenge that I hope we will manage. As you can see, a Middle Easterner and his 4 beautiful ladies and very clever ones. So the topic of this panel, I hope it will be more attractive to you or more challenging, because it's about the future. It's not about, of course, for those especially who have studied history, they might challenge that history is the one who determines or can interpret the future. But nonetheless, political scientists might challenge this, this interpretation. So in that respect, we will see how it goes. Why the future? Because we might use history in order to explain what's going on, but at the same time, a number of challenges that we experience today, in general, it's the first time that we come across them. The environmental or the climate change is something that I'm not sure that we have experienced ever in the past. But most important is not the crisis that we've gone through. It's the condition that we go through different and varying crises simultaneously. So there is no time to adapt from one crisis to the other and create a different environment that will be able to deal with the challenges learn from the mistakes, and then develop an approach, a solution that might allow us to solve the problems. So this is what we will discuss today in a way. And it's very interesting that we have the 5 ladies, one of them is at home. The background is very interesting because we will have the opportunity to have not only perspectives from different countries, whether it's Sweden, whether it's Latvia, Estonia, Switzerland, or the United Kingdom, and Georgia, but also from a different background, but in a different working place in a way. So we will have the opportunity to have the perspective from an agency. We have the perspective from a think tank or a research institute. We have the perspective of an academic institute, which comes from a university. We have a perspective from a donor perspective, as well as from a state institution that would like to get into this process and participate in this one. And for me, for instance, it's very interesting, a country like Estonia or Latvia, who are small and their budget is very small in comparison to the United Kingdom or the United States, that they have in their policies to act and be part of the developmental cooperation, developmental policies that exist. One of the issues that we'll see here, and I think it was raised earlier on, and this is why even though in theory, when we came across the project, when we came across the questions, the very interesting and very challenging questions that we have seen in the program, we realized that at the same time, this is a panel, this is the third panel, in addition to the speakers earlier on, which we cannot ignore. So in that respect, a number of issues that might have been, by the speakers had planned to address, they will have to adapt accordingly. This is pros and cons. This is a good thing, but it's a bad thing. But at the same time, because we discussed it earlier on, we have realized that this is an opportunity to challenge some of the things that have been mentioned earlier on. And this is what I would like you to do. Do not only do not only feel that you have to defend your position and not criticize the previous speakers. You are free to do that. And if you can be provocative, you're more welcome to do that. And as well as our audience, we would like you to do the same thing. So I will stop here, and in order to give more floor to the speakers, because my friend Michalis always said that if I start speaking, I will never stop. So I would like to show him that's not the case anymore. And we will start, we'll give the floor from Sweden. Sorry about that. To Janet Vahamaki, sorry for not pronouncing the name as right as it should. And this is the first lady who comes from a think tank. She's a senior researcher. What I found very interesting is the rest of it. It's from the Stockholm Environmental Institute, that's fine, but then in the Swedish Defense Research Agency. So in that respect, it would be interesting if you can explain how would you define, because I can understand the Environmental Institute, but when it comes to the issue of defense, how can you combine those two, which in some cases, it might sound contradicting. And actually, when we come to the European Union and its policy, which have been discussed a lot, improving or increasing the budget for defense has been at the expense of the other policies. So in that respect, I don't want to waste your time in order to go into the details of her wonderful CV, but in that respect, the floor is yours, and please, you'll have 8 to 9 minutes, and then we have a first round. Each one of the speakers will present his case, and then we start with the questions. Thank you very much. Can start.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much, and I'm sorry for not being able to be here. It sounds like a fantastic conference to be able to interact with you. But yes, okay. Your first question, just how come Stockholm Environment Institute and Swedish Defence Research Agency? It's very much a consequence actually from the very large budget cuts to both environmental questions and development cooperation, which has been my field of research for many years. And basically that you can do those things within the increasing defense budgets. It's equally important, I think, to look at those both the environmental aspects and the development cooperation aspects as a security question, and that's where our countries are increasing budgets. So it's a personal move to look at those questions from that sector instead. But okay, I think, my intervention very much, I guess you maybe have already talked about it today, but it's a very devastating picture of the development cooperation world with all the cuts and the funding scenarios for aid the past years. I mean, there's the USAID cuts, but also France, Germany, UK, all Western donors cutting aid, and OECD sees like a 17% decrease of aid this year. In Sweden, we had just 1 hour ago, our government announced further cuts to aid. We have already cut from being one of the donors providing highest amounts of ODA from over 1% we have been of the GDP, and then last year we were on 0.83, and now today they announced further cuts where Sweden is cutting aid to Tanzania, Bolivia, Zimbabwe, Liberia, Mozambique fully, and closing down those embassies. So it's 2 billion Swedish crowns more cuts to those countries. So this means that the aid to and we're prioritizing it to Ukraine and to Swedish businesses or investing in business relations in developing countries. But this means that from Sweden, the total amount to Ukraine, the aid to Ukraine will be larger than the whole of Africa, the aid to Africa from next year. Which is, of course, a very, very big reprioritization away from Africa and Latin America, Asia. We have seen very large cuts in research aid the past years. We had 70% of cuts in research aid, and there are new cuts coming, so the very small amounts of research aid still being there will most probably be cut even more before Christmas. And multilateral aid, both Sweden is cutting those, but also other countries. So, of course, the picture of what all of this makes is that it affects the poorest countries the most, and health sector investments, and now also climate and biodiversity cuts in the global south. So, and it also, there's a really big, like a power and a value shift going on from aid being, that the goal of aid is to poverty reduction, and it's done with solidarity motives and a moral obligation. That has, for Swedish aid, it has always been like the core value driving aid, but today it's almost not talked about those values. It's only talked about as our domestic interest and the national security are the drivers of the aid politics. And I think, I mean, this of course affects what happens in the global south when Western donors step out. Is of course that China, Russia, Gulf states are stepping in to the aid projects in many countries. We have seen that in research projects that those countries are taking over, and it's of course other types of values then coming into play, and of course fragmenting the picture, and this a very large power shift happening. So power shift when it comes to also like liberal democracy versus authoritarianism. Our Swedish Research Institute, VDEM, Democracy Institute, just was looking into the power shifts. Is that today there is a shift in that the authoritarian states are more than the liberal democracies in the world. So it's today 91 versus 88. Last year it used to be the other way around, and where 71% of the world's population is today living under authoritarian states. So of course it's a very big power shift happening because of these shifts in aid, and the shifts in aid are like affecting that power shift. One final thing to say is just, okay, so the Agenda 2030, we are not reaching the goals, and there's almost no discussions ongoing about what will replace the global agenda, and this is something I think is very dangerous for the global order. If we don't have something that everyone has agreed upon, and of course the multilateral decreased multilateralism. So SCI is part of some discussions and trying to like push for it, but there's like nothing really bold happening there about what will replace the Agenda 2030. And so I think in general we can come back to it, but not so many good news when it comes to the global order. I think there's like lots. What would need to be done is to, of course, keep a global agenda and continue investing in research and continue investing in the poorest countries, and continuing having also solidarity and moral obligations as motives for aid. But unfortunately, that's not happening at the moment, at least in Sweden. Thank you so much.
We will come back with a question, and just one point which might bring us back. And you've mentioned that there is cuts on the side, and the budget is reduced, and you are saying that China and Russia are stepping in, which is very important. So a question that I might be asking, we will bring it back later on. So maybe the problem is not whether there is available funds, the availability of funds, but whether the available funds can influence the principles and the values upon which the recipients of those funds might be willing to maintain, and not the actual assistance. Just keep it for later on. Okay, thank you very much from Sweden. And then now we move to in between the United Kingdom and Switzerland, Anita Capelli, which is the director of the Policy Outreach Center for Global Development Europe. If I'm correct, you mentioned this is more of a donor's perspective.
Thanks so much. Thanks, Stefanos. Thanks, everyone. And first of all, thanks for having me and for bringing us to this excellent conference in this very nice location. Before I move into the future, I want to just take a quick step back and kind of read out a couple of numbers on what the world's actually achieved in the past. So between 1990 and 2015, the number of households in extreme poverty has decreased from 4 in 10 to 1 in 10. Life expectancy in low-income countries has increased by 12 years. The number of children that died before the age of 5 has halved, and the HIV epidemic was brought under control. I think it helps us to remember what an immense progress the world has made in these 35 years. And I think in those gloomy times, we should look back and actually realize that we've achieved an immense load of progress. And now I want to move to where we are. I think a lot of it has already been said. A lot of the assumptions that have underpinned development cooperation, and I'm not saying development cooperation has done the whole magic about these numbers I just said. They've contributed certainly, but this was a whole of world approach that led to this success. But lots of the assumptions that underpin development cooperation, they no longer hold. The geopolitical landscape is shifting, populism is rising fast in Europe. Uncertainty levels are high, public trust is sinking, global trade is shrinking, protectionism is growing. And I think a lot of the competition that we see is down to critical minerals and technologies. This very much shapes international engagement as much as poverty reduction or human development. Against this backdrop, as we've heard throughout the day, developing countries are being hit hardest. I think what we haven't really talked about much is that low-income countries face less and less grant finance, that lots of it is either cut or being squeezed out by other recipient countries, and they are facing more and more debt. So more than half of low-income countries are in or at high risk of debt distress. In 2014, the average low-income country spent 11% of their GDP on debt repayments. So 11% of the money that could have gone to human development investments, for instance. As we know, ODA is declining. And how does that affect, obviously, the poorest countries? But I think within this landscape, the EU is really playing a big role. As countries like Sweden are stepping back, but many others too, the EU's collective share of the European ODA has grown. And as we've heard as well this morning, the EU is kind of at this stage now where we're looking at the new cycle, the upcoming budget cycle, the MFF, a seven-year budget. And there is a proposed 200 billion Global Europe instrument on the table. Global Europe means external action, so everything related to pre-accession, Ukraine, ODA, humanitarian aid should be covered by this instrument. I might be able to touch more on that later. For now, I want to kind of like go back and see what does it mean for donors, and also what do we see as kind of like emerging paradigms that come out from the discussions that as we see it globally. I think we see two dominant perspectives on the future of development cooperation emerging. The ones are like the one camp, I would say. And let me just say, it's not either or. Lots of people are in between, are the so-called, what I call them, improvers. So they see that the funding gaps are caused by inefficient systems and the loss of public support. So basically, we need to reform it. We need to adapt it to make it more effective, more accountable, and kind of like better. And then I think lots of the, I would say, European countries, but also lots of like global South policymakers can be found there. Then there are the more revolutionary reimaginers. They're game-changing. They want a game change. They want to dismantle the system, and they want to replace it with something entirely different. They say the whole aid and development cooperation system is actually rooted in structural inequalities and independencies, and they want to get rid of it. They want to kind of require it. This would require, obviously, a long-term structural transformation. As an example, we have, for instance, the president of Burkina Faso. I'm reading out a quote, which I thought was quite interesting. He said, "We have been receiving French aid for 63 years, but our country has not developed. Therefore, deploring of it will not kill us. Rather, it will motivate us to work harder." So we have this kind of two perspectives. As I said, lots of people are probably found somewhere in between. As this is kind of like, it's a moment of, as we're kicking off this discussion, I'm just curious to hear or to see where people are in this room. So just to remind everyone, the first one is the improvers. So let's kind of like tweak the system, reform the system. The second one is get rid of the system, dismantle it, and completely rebuild it. And then the third option is somewhere in between. So can I get hands up for the improvers? How many of you think we should improve the system? Interesting, we have very few hands. The second one is the reimaginers or the game changers. How many think we should completely abandon it and dismantle it and replace? Also very few, okay. And then the in-betweeners?
Yeah, those who claim that will change it, would they like to enlighten us with what?
Like Ibrahim Traore said, let's refuse the aids and then we will do it ourselves. Something like that, at least.
But that's not changing a different system, it is abolishing the notion of development, cooperation and assistance.
Because there was two. So yeah, there was two options. I just assumed that
And
it was
one in
the
between.
second one.
And one in between.
Yeah, that we just get to, yes.
Yeah. So if it's like that, so I will prefer that one.
Okay.
I just assumed the wrong one, maybe.
And then
So we
there
have
is-
thesis, antithesis, which leads to synthesis.
And how many of you are convinced we need something in between? Okay, I think some people might just need more time.
Wake
Yeah,
up call.
Excellent. I think, again, I'm probably in the camp where I feel like it's obviously something in between, but it's also something short-term versus something long-term. I'm very much convinced that the system needs to change, but I'm also convinced that some parts of the system, they can be tweaked. And as Stefano said, we do work a lot on agencies and development cooperation providers. And I think what we can see from our research is very much that agencies actually kind of like, this shock to the system has very much led to kind of restructuring, but also re-evaluating at what, and I'm curious to hear from Kyrie and Dana later about like the comparative advantage. So I think lots of the agencies, they kind of like, given the cuts, they have no other choice than to think about what their comparative advantage is. And I think there is lots of good options of working together, lots of options of learning from each other, also like smaller donors, as we'll hear in a minute. Lots of options to learn from South-South cooperation, triangular cooperation, where a so-called traditional donor works with a newer or emerging donor or non-DAC donors, whichever term that people prefer, and a recipient countries. So again, lots of options there. I think I want to leave it at that to not steal too much time, but happy to come back to this.
Thank you very much, Anita. And now we move on to smaller countries and agencies. Dana Heiberger.
Yes.
Right? Okay, the head of the Development Cooperation of Central Finance and Contracting Agency in Latvia.
Yes.
The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Yes, as Anita already mentioned about the comparative. Yeah.
Just a little bit. Okay.
Thank you. Okay, better, yeah. Yeah, I represent a relatively small and new agency. We were established basically in 2022. We got pillar assessed in 2024, so only a year ago. So we are relatively recent, and it's an interesting perspective to be speaking from, because we built it from scratch, and we have some of the first projects already running and approaching the end, and we have other projects in the pipeline. So it's definitely been a learning curve, and it's been very exciting to see how it's actually to learn about this development cooperation policies and the management and etc. And yeah, to come from a smaller country with relatively limited resources, of course, it's been something to keep in mind all the time. And of course, we cannot be at the same page as the big agencies of Europe are, like GIZ, Enable, and all the big countries. But still, there are not only disadvantages, but advantages. as well, and speaking again on the different topics entailed in this in the topic of our discussion. So, for example, yes, we are living in this rapidly changing world, but where do we come in as a small agency? Yeah, it may feel very overwhelming at times because it may seem that the big powers are deciding everything. The funding is cut. We are kind of lagging behind. We don't have even much to cut, to be very honest. But yeah, as an implementing agency, also we have cooperate with many of the bigger agencies. That is our main core of development cooperation business at the moment. But as an advantage, we see that we are small and agile. So I guess that helps us in a way, because apart from those bigger agencies, which are already coming with a big reputation, they are kind of taken granted for. We don't take it for granted. We don't have a big reputation on which to stand on. We don't have this load of expectation from us. So we are fresh, kind of the new kid on the block. We can come in with fresh ideas. We can come in and maybe be more agile, because even again, we shouldn't look only as our agencies, but we should look at our countries. And our countries, especially our Baltic countries, they are relatively small but very quickly developing. And we have this recent reform experience from joining the EU. And as we know, many of the lessons learned are still very relevant for many of the other partner countries outside the EU, because there are, of course, on the one hand, there are accession countries for which the direct experience of how we access the EU, how we went through the accession talks, how we implemented all the reforms and policy reforms, environmental reforms, etc., legal reforms. So those are really relevant experiences. And on the second hand, also, we are, as countries, gradually, not gradually, even rapidly, changing our policies in different sectors. And again, we're speaking about these changing and that kind of difficult times. Yeah, we all live next to the big aggressor, Russia, and at the same time, of course, we are sacrificing a lot to increase our defenses. But at the same time, if you look at our countries, it's not only defense. So we still work on other priority sectors as environment, as climate change, as gender equality, as strengthening of civil societies, and these are all cross-cutting issues which are important for any country which want to improve their governance, their rule of law, the situation in general. And because many of our partner countries outside the European Union, they are very much interested in increasing the donors' trust in their countries, the donor organizations' trust in their countries. So basically, such smaller, quickly developing countries as us can provide very well-targeted, tailored solutions to their needs. For example, we as an agency, we work in Uzbekistan. So you may say it's an authoritative country, but they are very much willing to open up to change, again, because there are a lot of donors working, and they need to show results that they are open, that they are willing to be more transparent in terms of their public finance, and also to engage more civil society. So we have several projects running in Uzbekistan. For example, one is for helping with administrative reforms and capacity building in Uzbekistan. And again, you may ask why, what a small country like Latvia is teaching Uzbekistan. Well, teaching may not be the right word, it's a mutual process. But still, even in a country which is kind of differently built than us, they are really interested in our late state-of-the-art trends that we are implementing in our public governments. We have recently undergone a public administration reform, so we have cut down our public administration by 6%, and we are still working on cutting it down, given, again, the shrinkage of the budget due to defense spending. So we are constantly learning ourselves, and we are able to constantly improve and freshen up the know-how that we are trying to share with these other countries, and that is appreciated. But that brings me to another topic, which is again, that, for example, in development cooperation projects, sometimes the design phase is quite long. It can take up to 1 year or even sometimes longer to actually design a project. And then the average length of the project is like 2-3 years. And then, of course, sometimes if you look back at the initial stage of the activities and results, they may be a little morally outdated. So it's very important to maintain a flexible framework from the perspective of the donors, so that the initial set of activities may not always be those that end up being implemented. So we should be more results approached instead of being just looking at measuring input and output, because the project is a living organism. It will evolve, it will develop, and we always, the times are so rapidly changing. So as in development cooperation agencies, as donors, as implementing agencies, we are really hard pressed nowadays to keep competitive and to bring the latest trends, to be helping with our latest know-how. So we need to always tap into the latest pool of resources, the latest knowledge, and otherwise there are plenty of other donors standing in line and waiting at the doors to maybe bring their own perspective. So going back to the beginning, yes, as a small nation, as a small agency, as a new agency, there is no other choice but to be agile. So we cannot compete with the big donors. Well, we will probably never be able to compete. But what we can do is come in with the freshest knowledge in different sectors, especially where we have reforms. And you know very well that, for example, the Baltics are really well known for their digitalization reforms. And so it's no wonder that one of the leading areas of projects where the Baltic Development Cooperation Agencies are working are digitalization projects. So Estonia is known for itself, so nothing to add there. But even we as Latvia, we are really far ahead in terms of e-governance, of cybersecurity. So we have also now implementing projects in Central Asia, for example, digital connectivity of Central Asia, where we are working together with a variety of other European organizations, including Expertise France and Estonian House and also Lithuanian counterparts. So these, like the digitalization and cybersecurity, are really one of the sectors which shows that you can be a smaller country, you can be a smaller agency, but you can be, well, sometimes better than the bigger agencies and provide fresher knowledge and fresher outlook at those very important trends nowadays and developing topics. So yes, being small and being new can not only be a disadvantage, it can be an advantage too, because it presses us to be agile and constantly evolving.
Thank you very much. The immediate question I have in mind here, I'm not going to ask, I'm just putting this out. Why would a country like this, a small country with a small budget, get involved in such policy? And this is something that would like to discuss it afterwards, is whether our norms and values as Western democracy, liberal, and those ones, this is part of our perception of our responsibility vis-a-vis the global environment. But just keep it for later on. Okay. Now, Mrs. Kairi Saar Isop would again, thankfully, address us and offering a different perspective, one which I must admit is nearest to my field because I'm in international relations and politics involved. So the perspective from not only from Estonia, but the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of a country like Estonia.
Thank you very much. You said that we are going to keep the questions that you asked for later, but I think that a bit unintentionally, maybe I will touch upon those because I already had thought a bit about these issues, but then a few thoughts from me as well. I think actually that kind of the situation that we are currently in, where many big donors are cutting their support to development humanitarian system, actually has put the smaller donors more into the spotlight. And we do actually see that for countries like Estonia, we can offer more to the system, or sort of our advice is being that I asked more, we are being approached more, which means that we are actually in a position where we can sort of influence the development and humanitarian processes, perhaps even more than a couple of years ago, when really this field was dominated mainly by big actors. We do see now going on the process while the humanitarian aid is withdrawing into its mandate, and where the development cooperation has to start considering how to fulfill the gap that is left by the humanitarian affairs, going back to its more limited mode of operation. So this, I think, is one of the challenges that the development humanitarian nexus is facing, because until now we have been quite used to the fact that humanitarian has been doing also things that, strictly speaking, should be developing. We have actively followed the discussions about the changes in the development world. And when you asked previously that who are the reformers and who are somewhere in between and who want to then dismantle everything and start rebuilding, then I think that we are somewhere in the middle. But we have also kind of seen, it was a bit even a surprise for us, that when we participate in government discussions about reform of the development world, for example in an OECD setting, then quite a bit of the discussions that we hear the traditional donor countries having are actually discussions that we have already had. For example, involvement of developing countries themselves. What is the role of a developing country? Since, as I said also in my introductory remarks, one of the biggest lessons Estonia has taken from us being a developing country in the early 90s is that everything works better if you set up the program in cooperation with the developing country, and if it really helps to advance their own development agenda. If it's something donor-driven, then usually it ends up being an isolated project and there is no really local involvement or local participation. So once the donor project ends, it's very hard to see the locals really carrying it on and using the knowledge. For us, ever since Estonia started as a donor country in the early 2000s, we have always built all our programs in cooperation with the local partners and with the countries where we work in. And this is also something that our agency STEM does, and as my Latvian colleague mentioned, that small agencies definitely do have them strengths. And we do think that one of the strengths of our agency STEM is that they aren't operating within these huge program frames where you have a lot of money and relatively short time. For their projects are manageable so that they really can go out, reach to the partner, they can sit down, talk and see what fits the needs of the partner. So we're kind of offering tailor-made solutions, which has been very well received, and we do also see other donor countries, Sweden for example, also wanting to work with Esther because they see that this is something that works, and this is something that is also welcomed by the partner countries. And also it has been mentioned today that development cooperation is moving closer to business and closer to business interests. In Estonian development cooperation, our enterprises have been actually there from the start, and also partly because when Estonia reformed its society already 25, maybe even more years ago, when we built this digital society, it wasn't just the government, it was also the private sector. So when we introduced to our partner countries how Estonia built a digital society, we can't do it without the enterprises because a crucial bit of knowledge is there. So it has to be sort of a whole of society approach when we do development cooperation, because otherwise we wouldn't be able to transfer all the bits and pieces that have allowed us to build, while bringing again the example of the digital society. It was also mentioned that authoritarianism is rising, and there are now more people living under an authoritarian regime than in democracy, which of course is a sad development. But I would also say that in this gloomy situation we can't lose hope. When we look back at the history of Estonia, the country where currently we all are, then as you know, for 50 years Estonia was occupied by the Soviet Union. If we had lost hope, then, well, maybe we wouldn't be in a re-independent Estonia today. All those 50 years, there were organizations and people outside of Estonia who were still carrying on the sort of hope of free and independent country, and then they were sure that the occupation one day will end. And I'm sure that during that 50 years they had loads of low points where they thought that, oh, it's never going to happen. So it's just been too long. There's just not the spirit of freedom left. But there was, and here we are today in liberal Estonia, where everybody is free to express their own thoughts and where human rights are guaranteed. So I think that in spite of the fact that it might look a bit gloomy today, we still have to keep working. We can't lose hope. For Estonia, development cooperation is a part of our foreign policy. We see that it advances our foreign policy goals, and here I'm going to answer your question, that and if it's a part of interaction with partner countries, it's a part of our interaction with Eastern neighborhood, it's a part of our interaction with the Global South, especially with Africa, since Eastern neighborhood and Africa are the countries, are the regions that Estonia works in. So it does advance our foreign policy interests, including actually also security policy. We need friends. We need countries who understand our point of view, countries where our concerns are being heard, and of course we also listen to what they are concerned about in the world, what are their local problems, what are the local issues that they want to talk to us about. And development cooperation is a very good opener of doors when you approach the global partners. So for us, it's a part of the foreign policy. That's kind of, I think, also what secures the position of our development cooperation on humanitarian aid, because if we would cut it too much, then we wouldn't have that much to talk about with that many countries in the world, especially those countries that are facing crises or who want to develop. We can offer them our experiences and help them achieve what they want to achieve, and in the end we believe that the world will be a better place for all of us. Thank you.
That's a very good sentence to finish your presentation with. I'm just making a small reference to a very important Greek wine producer who was extremely successful, and he was always been asked that you know, you're very good because you have the heck of it, because you love it, because blah, blah, blah. And he said that, no, I'm very successful because I have a vision. So this is something that we kept to bear in mind, that the absence of the presence of a vision is the one who pushes any engine to work. Last but not least, we move on to a different country and a different perspective in a certain way. Just Tamtam Mikeladze, sorry. He's the director of Social Justice Center from Georgia, and I think we are affiliated to a university, or just, you are there as well, so we have a different perspective as well. The floor is yours.
Yeah, many thanks. It's a great pleasure to be here and to listen different perspective regarding the multi-crisis we are globally, regionally, or even locally. And today, Georgia was mentioned several times during first panel, and then I would like to underscore that civil society in Georgia now is facing exceptional risks, and sometimes when we are trying to describe what is happening in Georgia, we are describing this process as a Belarusization of Georgia, and I know that for your countries and your context, it's a very well-known concept. Somehow the local political crisis in Georgia, it resonates crisis globally and in the region, and specifically after the war in Ukraine, we are observing the dramatic shifts in Georgian politics and aggressive and rapid autocratization. Specifically in 2022, our government started very aggressive anti-European rhetoric, and then very soon they fully deinstitutionalized relationship with EU, and now we are in a very aggressive phase of conflict when the recommendation of the EU is fully ignored by the government, and moreover, they are attacking regularly EU institutions and EU representatives. But together with the shifts within the foreign policy, which is like explained as a proper response of the small country to navigate in the global crisis and to balance between the interests of foreign power forces and to avoid the results of the war we have in Ukraine, for example, and it is very actively instrumentalized politically. Like they are using those technologies and approaches we had in Azerbaijan, Belarus, or even Russia. They started with the adoption of foreign agents law, and now we have 3 laws together against the civil society organization. One is a Foreign Agents Registration Act, which is very similar, we can say, translation of American version of FARA, but it is implemented in a very problematic manner without the judicial standards we have in USA, but even in USA context we can criticize this law. It's the so-called the Russian law, so it's American law, then it's another one, it's the Russian law, which is also the law which considers civil society organizations as a foreign influence forces. And last one is the grants law, which it's an Azerbaijani type of law, and it requires government's confirmation and agreements on all grants you are receiving. So in this situation, we can say that the civil society in Georgia is dying. We are not able to receive new grants. Many organizations, specifically those who are smaller ones, operating in the peripheries of our small country, at the community levels, they decided to shut down organizations. Like the bigger organizations in the capital, we continued our work, and then they decided to use more repression against us. For example, I am one of the organizations whose bank accounts were frozen, and there are more than 9 organizations, including Human Rights House, Former Soros Foundation, ISFED, we like the one women organization, like I don't give you all the names, but now we are practically dysfunctional, you know. So in this situation, many civil society organizations in Georgia are trying to find some alternative modalities how to operate. We are trying to establish new organizations abroad and operate in this way, as it happened in other countries as well, but like in Russia and Belarus, but of course it's really, really very difficult and sometimes even impossible. And when we are describing like this rapid and aggressive autocratization, now we have the more political prisoners than proportionally we have in Russia. All political leaders are imprisoned. They dramatically change our legislation system, adopting new and new repressive laws, mostly against the political opponents, like deteriorating the standards of civil and political rights in respect to the freedom of expression or freedom of assembly, or in respect to the media against the CSOs, etc. But also it's about the interests of the ordinary people, because these laws finally will influence on them as well. So in this situation, and recently maybe you also heard the information that the special instruments and chemicals they used to violently disperse the rallies in November and December in Georgia, they used illegal and not permitted chemicals against the citizens, which has a quite long effect on the life and health of the citizens, and now we have scandals around it. But why I'm trying to describe this crisis, because this crisis in Georgia arise like really big question why it's happened in the country like Georgia, which was like the front runner country in the process of democratization, modernization, and Europeization in our region. So we had very good progress in the process of Europeization, even to compare Georgia's data to Moldova or Ukraine and even some Eastern European countries. We have we had better legislation, better state institutions, better public service, etc., etc. So why it's happened, you know? And I think that we really need answers on this question, and I would try to somehow develop these ideas. And it's also directly linked with the understanding of democratization in the countries like us, like this transitional democracies in post-Soviet, among post-Soviet countries. And yes, sometimes when we are trying to geographically imagine the power structures globally, it's like the global south and global north, but it's also very important to conceptualize the place of post-Soviet or post-communist region, who we are and where we are, and why the somehow similar or same events is happening with us, and how we can describe this political space. Yeah. So of course, when we are describing this space, first of all, it's the Russia and colonial interests and politics of Russia to control these peripheries and to interfere directly into our politics, and he's using all instruments, beginning from the violent military aggressive to hybrid wars, and it's very clear how the results of hybrid war we have in Georgia as well, like using these propagandistic instruments in infiltration of their agents and representatives within the politics, within the public service, law enforcement system, security system, etc. But on the other hand, it's very clear that the Russia or autocrats, like the local autocrats, local oligarchs, they are using those vulnerabilities we as a political system, as an economical system has. So it's really very important not to only find these power forces and their interests, but also to see why our democratization process was fragile. Yeah, and here these issues are directly connected with the development project, because our country, like civil society, state institutions, legislation, everything which is the main markers of democracy in Georgia, it was developed under the support of big development programs. It was unfortunately never designed or developed as a result of some internal politics. Of course, like last years, we had very interesting social movements demanding some changes and reforms, but specifically in the past, all these developments were related with the support of EU, USA, some UN agencies, etc. So now we are analyzing. When I'm trying to retrospectively analyze the mistakes in the paradigms, in the strategies, or even the instruments used by the international organizations and development organizations, it's very clear that we had excessive focus when we were talking on democratization. We had excessive focus on institutional development, accompanied by insufficient attention to democratizing the economic systems in our country and strengthening citizens' social and economic empowerment, specifically related to the welfare systems, because now we see how existing government is instrumentalizing the poor people who are fully dependent on the state support, which is really, really basic and minimal, and how they are instrumentalizing politically, economical, and regional inequality we have in Georgia. So when people is not empowered and economically independent, when they have no access to the basic services like the welfare, like the healthcare, employment, education, culture, of course they are vulnerable towards propaganda, but also that they can easily manipulate it by the government. Another point is that even that's why I raised the issue that the Western development organizations are using quite problematic paradigm of democratization in post-Soviet countries when they are trying to use the same trajectories and the approaches of building the state institution in liberal democracies, because there's the huge differences how new post-Soviet countries were born, how the resources are accumulated and redistributed in our countries, why so many oligarchic forces we have in the country, etc. So it's really very important to rethink these paradigms and make more accents on economical and the societal issues. Another one is neglect and the depolitization of the social and economic inequalities and social welfare issues by the donor and NGOs. If you find like the projects and calls like in the past, you will find that mostly all these grants are about civil and political rights or minority rights, fully ignoring social and economic injustices, environmental injustices, which is also a very big issue. Also, we can say that it was insufficient attention to grassroots level civic empowerment because the resources were concentrated in large centrally based NGOs, and the resources were not distributed properly among the peripheries and the centers, and the interest to support the horizontal cooperation, network-based initiatives, the grassroots movement was also very weak. That's why I think that first of all, when we are talking about the future of development, it's really very important to critically rethink our theory of changes. Our knowledges and paradigms we are exploring in this process, and to build very contextualized and localized understanding how we can democratize the specific countries and how we can reach the aim to emancipate oppressed and excluded communities and societies. Yeah, I know that.
No, thank you very much. We don't have much time, do we? Okay. So, before I will open the floor, of course, to questions, but while we were thinking, because we meant the number of issues or a number of words have really made me wonder something that in terms of the audience. How many of those who are younger than 22, can you not raise your hand, stand up? Okay, so my question is, I want some of you to tell me, what do you understand when you say development policies and development cooperation? Because for the sake of argument, Anita mentioned human development vis-a-vis other development. So when you are following this question, I just want to make sure, what is your understanding? You can sit down, sorry. But just want you to, and this is something that we might need to clarify for the sake of them. When we talk about development cooperation, development policies, what are the fields that are covered? And of course, one of the issues which in the future, as we see the nature of the crisis that we go through, in many cases are really of the humanitarian nature, and therefore it seems to be that the competition is not only between countries that are in need of development cooperation, but because of cases where you have humanitarian, which by definition becomes it's a priority vis-a-vis the other issues. So any one of you would have the courage and explain to us, the younger ones, what do you understand when we talk about development cooperation, development policies, development assistance to other third countries? Sorry. Come on, one of the Latvian team. discuss it between you and give us a good answer. You can ask for help. Okay, think about it so that we can address a question and then come back to you.
He's ready. He's ready.
Oh, ready. Go.
So, this is a question I was already thinking about during the first panel, but I decided to save it for this one because I feel it fits most. There's been a lot said about gaps in development coordination throughout these panels, and we've also handled that question to a point in our working groups. And I wanted to ask the experts about the gaps in development coordination and the solutions, since this is the future panel. And I want to approach the question from an actor point of view, because there's many actors in development aid processes, and who do you think it should be bringing coordinational efforts into development aid? Do you think it should be IGOs, local NGOs, international NGOs, the regimes of the countries, the regimes of other countries? Where are we getting that from, do you think, in future to improve?
Okay, any other questions? Any other points?
Here.
First of all, just give me a second. Do you have an answer? Throw it, then you don't, if you don't have an answer, then you have a question, right? Is it clear in your mind what we mean by development cooperation, development policies of the donors giving funds to the others? What do we mean? Do you understand what is this policy about? Then ask things. You have the experts here, it's an opportunity. Squeeze them in the corner. Break the rules and stay for another hour and a half. Sorry. The microphone. You'll be next. Don't.
So what are the developing policies? We don't know.
We don't know. So this is an issue. How can we have this one when we don't have this one? Ask your question and then we'll have...
Okay, thank you very much, the panelists, and I'm practically very, very interested in this humanitarian aid fund cutting, especially to the third world countries. I'm from Nigeria, and my country and my continent is one of the recipient countries. So is there any transition plan in place from these international NGOs, international agencies, and the big economies for these countries, for these third world poorest countries, so that when the funds are finally stopped, so that they can be able to explore the local and home-based solutions to able to, instead of for them to cushion the effect of the cutting and the stopping of the humanitarian fundings. Thank you.
Okay. Just a question which might sound silly, but I'll explain. I think this is related to the young ones. Has any one of you, or have many of you seen the movie The Black Panther? So you probably understand what I'm saying. Those who are donors might become recipients one day, or vice versa. So now the floor, let's answer the question very briefly. One question, whether you can describe what we mentioned in terms of development, and the question from our colleague over there. Go ahead. We don't have much time, so...
Yeah, I won't start with the definition, but there was a question about who should be the one who coordinates it. We have wondered about it. For example, in the case of Ukraine, we actually counted. There are more than 20 bodies sort of coordinating aid. We also looked into how we have been donating humanitarian aid to Gaza and realized we have done it through 7 different organizations. So there is a lot of fragmentation out there. But in my work, I have become convinced that it should be the government, because I think it should be the government. You said regime, and I'm not quite sure if it applies if there is really a regime. But if there is a government, if there is a legitimate government, then I think the government should set the development goals of the country and should also coordinate the donors to see who fits the best to answer to what development goal of the country, and then also perhaps introduce what mechanisms would be the best to work it out with others, with NGOs, INGOs, some other partners, business, whoever is there. But I think that actually it is the role of the government to coordinate the development of a country. If it's a regime, then the question is different, but I'm not going to go into that right now.
Quick clarification, you mean the recipient government?
The recipient government, yes.
So yes, a regime.
Just, we don't have much time. Let's finish the round and then I'll give you the floor again.
A regime, when I say regime, I mean government. I mean the state, elected or not elected, the governing officials of the state is what I mean when I say regime.
Yeah, well, the legitimate government of the country, I think, should be doing that.
Anyone else?
Maybe just to add very briefly, I think it's a very important question. We've seen quite promising results at so-called country platforms, which have been around forever, but somehow have not really taken off. I don't know if Estonia has made any experience with that. It is kind of like what you're describing, platforms that bring together recipient governments with international organizations, international donor countries, but also in an ideal world, and that's exactly the problem, right? Civil society organization, grassroots organization, etc., to coordinate according to national development plans. Where is the funding needed? How is it going to be dispersed? How are the funding models, etc. Again, there is some issues there, but there is. I think the current shock has really forced these kind of like changes to come back. I think in a good way. On the development policy, I think. I wish we kind of like had a bit more time or kind of started with that. Kind of cross-border support policies that one country supports another country. Again, what support? We could talk about that forever. If we stay in this, like, let's say, traditional model of a donor country, like we have some here, supporting a so-called recipient country, partner country, whichever term you want to use, there's different motivations behind this. One, it could be the solidarity, as in like humanitarian aid, covering basic needs, etc. Another motivation behind this is global public goods. So climate change, pandemics, kind of like I invest somewhere in order to, help myself down the line. And then the third, and I think very dominant narrative at this stage from at least some of the big nations is what they call mutual solidarity or a mutual interest, even though it's often like self-interest, where I kind of like want to open markets in other countries. I want to open trade routes, and hence I'm helping to build up or economically develop another country in order to, for instance, invest there, as I said, open new markets, etc. So I'll stop there otherwise.
I think Ira mentioned in a way that saying it's part of our policy because it improves our image, and I kind of connect it to the CSR in a certain way, corporate social responsibility, which improves the image that we have of the companies in a way. But I remember when Greece was going through its economic crisis, the Dutch embassy has introduced a program called Orange Growth, which was actually a mentoring for startups. So I asked them, why on earth do you implement that? And it said, their answer was very simple. You are part of the European Union. Your crisis affects every one of us. The sooner you get out of the crisis, the better for every one of us. So this is what we know better, and this is what we offer to you. So it's a collective perspective, or a collective interest that is gaining the upper hand in a certain way.
I think there was a contribution from
exactly
online as well.
Okay. I will wrap up a number of points only, and then I would like you just half a minute of intervention. I just want some key words that came out of it, which might determine the process in the future. And one of them for me was the ownership of the process, which is donors, not donors versus recipients, but donors and recipients coming up together. The challenge of humanitarian aid vis-a-vis the developmental aid, because of the nature of the crisis that we will face in the future. One of the issues that we didn't touch upon is whether, and I think it's important because the lesser the money, the more effective it has to be. So therefore the need for some mechanisms to measure the impact and improve any policies, probably the process of the digitalization or rationalizing the assistance that they receive in order not to have overlappings and priorities to take the place. And probably whether a question mark that's in the future, whether the European Union, in terms of the European Union, if it wants to improve its standing vis-a-vis this power gap that exists in the Western Bloc, whether it will need to compromise certain aspects of its developmental humanitarian aid in terms of the values and become a little bit more flexible, or it will manage to find a way to maintain both. The last one, which was raised, and one of the issues that is very much at the agenda of the Western world, or at least the liberal Western world, is the effect of the climate change and environmental, and whether such priority in the development world can coexist with social justice because of the burden that overburdened communities because of this one, and whether we can introduce some policies that would ameliorate this pressure on the lesser, on the groups that have received the biggest pressure with regard to that. So I will close here. Anyone who wants to really offer something, 30 seconds. We'll start from Sweden.
Yes, thank you. Very interesting discussion, and it's definitely just showing that there's so many changes. Interesting to hear about the Estonia and Latvia, that you were saying that you have a more powerful position there. That's yeah, interesting. There's lots of changes happening, and I think yeah, we need to keep on researching all this, what is happening, and influencing our politicians and about good ways of doing it. And just a response to you from Nigeria who said about this, is there any transition plan? And this is sometimes you as a researcher become a bit upset that there's lots of politics don't always take in research. Yes, of course there should be transition plans, but also our government today, when they were announcing the cuts, they said, yeah, we have a very good transition plan, and it's until June next year, so it's like 6 months transition plan. We're at least not doing like USAID did in over one night. We're like 6 months, and I think, of course, 6 months is nothing in this context. It's of course there should be a transition plan, but yeah, unfortunately, that's not always happening. But thanks for this discussion, and happy to keep on continuing discussions later with any one of you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else?
Yeah, I would like to touch back on the subject of coordination, because, of course, there is this one level from our, as donor countries, coordination, because we want to make sure that our contributions are going to the right cause and they are not overlapping and duplicating. But that also works on the whole level of the European Union, because the European Union is the biggest donor in the world. So it's important to coordinate the efforts also on the EU level. And because we've seen also in on my own relatively limited experience, I've heard from partner countries that they are overwhelmed by different fragmented efforts of well-meant actions, but they are just too many, too different, and too uncoordinated. So a good example of how European member states can work together is a so-called D4D hub on digitalization, which is based in Brussels, but the European member states are participating in the groups online, so it's a really living platform where both the European Union institutions, they reveal the plans, they design the programs together, they design projects, form partnerships. So that is a good example how in a thematic priority projects can be made, partnerships can be made without excessive competitiveness, and people and we as countries can work together and complement each other instead of just fighting for our own kind of share of the cake, or part in a partner country. So there are good examples of partnership and coordination, and I hope in the future to see more such examples across at least the bigger thematic priorities like climate change, gender equality, civil society engagement, like this D4D hub example is really a good one, and yeah, it's a way to go forward to avoid duplication, especially in the times of shrinking funds.
And I think this is one of the places where civil society can play a role.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I will try to educate the interests of my country and civil society, specifically in my country. So at this stage, when we have crisis in Georgia, but also some hopes, because even now in this restrictive environment, we are continuing our struggle. It's really very crucial to have good coordination among the donor organizations and international organizations to find the ways how to flexibly support civil society and media in Georgia, because we hope on redemocratization of our country, and for democratization we need to maintain critical infrastructure in the country, not to push the people to leave the country, because it's also a very big issue for the small countries like us. So yeah, so it's really very important to have priorities on Georgia's issue, and to have the strategic coordination among the main donors and supporters to find the ways how to maintain civil society in a broad perspective from broader understanding in Georgia for the future democratization of this country.
Thank you very much. I think that's almost the last word. The last word I would only say is that, because it was mentioned and with this is the need for cooperation, and in order to coordinate the fights. But when I'm thinking about the word of coordination, is not only cross-country cooperation, but cross-sectarian cooperation. Academia with civil society, with agencies. So a holistic approach to this one. And the final one, which a little bit, it might sound depressing on the one hand, but it's optimistic. You have to think that our lifetime is nothing in comparison to the lifetime of a nation. So there are circles, and even if some dark times will come, it's probably, and in the era of digital, the era of digital world with news travel, also the ideas travel. So even though we are going through a difficult time where we have the retreat of democracy, I'm a lot more optimistic about the future, especially because of this ability to see through, to create a vision, and to have something to hope for. Thank you very much for this one. I was enlightened as well. The floor is yours. So apologies for the time. And for the youngsters, get them in the corner, ask them what's development policies, understand what is this conference about, so that you can gain more. Welcome.
Thank you. All right. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
I'm heading out.
You're leaving?
A big word of appreciation to our panel, and great thank you for all the information they have given us. Their insightful ideas were extremely helpful. So as Stefanos was saying, you need to get the most out of this informative session. So keep it up. Now, you know, of course, the drill, same as usual. We split into groups so that you continue discussing the issue. You have, again, the same amount of time, meaning half an hour. and then we will get your conclusions and remarks and proposals afterwards before we move into the last segment of today's work. Okay? Go ahead.